Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to another live review and commentary with myself, your brother Daniel Haqiqatjou, and our brother Dr. Abdullah, who is back by popular demand, mashallah. How are you doing today, Dr. Abdullah?
Thank you, thank you. Salamun alaikum, everyone. It's good to be back. Let's uh, let's do a quick science review together and see what the science actually says.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. So we did a 5 hour review slash call in looking at the debate that I had with a Christian apologist named Inspiring Philosophy. And we wanted to really look at some of the claims that he made, that he claimed were scientific, about the supposed harms of minor marriage, or what he pejoratively calls child marriage. So we looked at the scientific papers that he cited. You brought up a lot of problems with the papers that he was citing. He didn't seem to have a basic understanding of science in general. He was citing things that were very low quality studies. And, we did a very thorough review. Obviously, we couldn't get to every single thing that he cited in the course of the debate, but we covered his main evidences, and showed how, they didn't really support his overall claim that minor marriage is something that is so terribly harmful and destructive on a medical basis. You basically debunked that. So he was really upset with our review. He took a lot of he took some of the statements that you made in the course of the 5 hours, and then he took like a microscope to each thing and wanted to say, oh, you cited a 1998 7 study, it was actually 1998. Like, this kind of very petty responses. He ignored like most of the substance of our criticism, actually. And he just brought up some points that we thought it was worth addressing. You thought it was worth addressing. I think it's worth addressing. So we have a second live stream now, and we're going to go into more detail, and we're going to point out really the main problems with Mike Jones' Inspiring Philosophy, the problems with his understanding of this entire issue. And I think it's reflective of the misunderstanding of many Christians as well, that they want to portray something that has been practiced for literally millennia and is still being practiced today throughout the world. They want to, because it goes against their values, they want to portray that as something harmful, as something destructive. And the medical science, if you actually go to the high quality studies, the data does not support that. And that this is what Dr. Abdullah is going to present. But we had a bigger methodological point. We had a bigger epistemological point, and this is something that is really, really important for us to emphasize. We don't want to make our entire case on the morality of minor marriage. We're not saying that, look, it's a open and shut case, like the science is supporting us. I think the science does support us. The scientific
Mm-hmm.
hard data does support us, but we're not these science absolutists, especially when we look at the level of bias that is involved in modern science and modern scientific studies, especially when you get into the realm of psychology and some of the not so hard sciences like psychology, sociology. So we don't want to give the impression that, oh, we're just going to live and die by what can be found in some published research paper somewhere. No, what I said in the debate, and I re-emphasized in our or our debate review, and now I'm going to a third time emphasize it. So hopefully, the Christians and others will understand now, third time's the charm, that science can be very biased. Science can actually, the entire institution of modern science is a liberal institution and is used by the liberal state, the global liberal hegemony, to support liberal values, to support a liberal worldview and liberal norms. That is a fact, and I'll show you evidence of that in a second. But this should be obvious for a Christian. Look at what we pointed out, why I pointed out in the debate and in the debate review, is that look at the amount of science that supports children getting gender affirming care, as they call it, such as surgeries, hormone therapy, etc. The science is almost unanimous that this is something that is good for children. Now, does a Christian accept that? Would a Muslim accept that? Would like anyone really who knows children accept that? No, but that's what the science says. That's what the science says, and that those papers are being used constantly by the far left and progressives to say, look, our opposition, the Christians who oppose us, the conservatives that oppose us, they're anti-science. They don't understand science. This is something that a Christian cannot deny. And Mike Jones didn't deny it. He just tried to ignore this point. He tried to ignore it and basically pretend that it doesn't exist. But another, before we get into the actual papers, because you're going to go into depth on a lot of stuff, on a lot of these papers, I just want to show one thing that really makes this point very clear. Just have to share my screen here. Mm-hmm. Okay. So this is a Nature article. So Nature is the biggest scientific journal in the world. And they put out this in August of 2022, I believe. So just last year. Science must respect the dignity and rights of all humans. New ethics guidance addresses potential harms for human population groups who do not participate in research but may be harmed by its publication. So what is this about? This caused a lot of controversy when it came out last year. So what they say is people can be harmed indirectly by scientific research. For example, research may inadvertently stigmatize individuals or human groups. It may be discriminatory, racist, sexist, ableist, or homophobic. It may provide justification for undermining the human rights of specific groups simply because of their social characteristics. So their guidelines, their new ethical guidelines at Nature, and these are guidelines that will be adopted for all of research publication, is that if something can be used to justify, it's not even like the research itself is sexist or homophobic or transphobic, but it could be potentially used for that purpose, then we're not going to publish it. We're not going to publish it. It doesn't matter how scientifically sound it is. It doesn't matter how much empirical evidence supports it. We are not going to publish it. There is a fine line.
They're basically saying if any of the findings point out stuff that we do not like, we will not publish it. We will hide the study, and they are now. This used to be known. This used to be obvious to anyone who ever read journals. But in the current year, they are able to just come out and say it openly. So that's some progress actually in terms of their honesty. They are now publicly declaring their biases. So that's good for us.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So this is not something new. Like in their practice, there was always this kind of liberal bias because these institutions that produce the research are liberal universities. Everyone knows the kind of liberal slant of universities, or even left-wing slant, you could say. So who's funding the research? Do you think that the U.S. government, especially with the amount of funding that the US government provides for scientific research, that they might be pushing this kind of neoliberal doctrine or perspective that is shared by international organizations like the UN. That's what funding has always been about in history. But look at this, like this gets even more explicit. So where is the highlight? Hold on, sorry. I made the screen too. Oh, here it is. In creating this guidance, we took as a starting point the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Humans are free and equal in dignity and rights. We drew on several covenants and conventions of the United Nations. So they're basically saying that, look, what we publish is in line with the UN Declaration of Human Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and UN guidelines.
No. That's a conspiracy theory. That's
Yeah.
completely unfounded.
Yeah, exactly. This is the conspiracy theory that Mike Jones accused me of propounding, like that, as if it had no basis in fact. I mean, you'd have to be really living under a rock, and him as a Christian to deny that there is this kind of bias in scientific research in the debate and say, "Oh, you're just propounding these baseless conspiracy theories." Like that really shocked me. But now, I mean, how can he deny it? Like here is them saying it explicitly. Nature is saying it explicitly. Like this is where we get our guidance on what is fit to publish. If it's something that violates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or UN conventions, which, by the way, explicitly say that minor marriage is something that is a human rights violation. So that kind of research that supports that the normality of this practice, this human institution of minor marriage, that's never going to get published, right? And it is actually quite a miracle that we can find data, as you've demonstrated in the previous live stream. You're going to demonstrate again in this live stream that there is data that if you read between the lines, you can see that it shows, okay, there's nothing inherently problematic about minor marriage. We will be able to see that, but the researchers can't come out explicitly and say that. They can't. They haven't been in the past, but now maybe they won't even be, even if they don't say anything positive in favor of minor marriage, even publishing the data itself won't be allowed because that data can be used in a sexist way. It can be used in a way that violates UN human rights norms. So this is what we're dealing with. This is why we cannot have this kind of naive view of scientific research. Like this is how liberal institutions operate. They just generate a lot of papers that cite each other, right? And this is what you showed, like when you were looking at that 5 times, like in childbirth, mothers under 18 have 5 times more death than over 18, right? Maybe not.
Under 15, 19, something like that. We have the original study. We can look directly at that study, but yeah.
We'll look directly at that, but that claim, when you investigated it, you just had to go back like through many papers to be able to find that data. Mike Jones wasn't even able to find it.
Yeah, he got lost.
He got lost trying to find it. But like you see how so many papers use that claim. Like so many papers use that claim, and you have this huge body of literature that then can be cited by liberals like Mike Jones or these Christian apologists. They just cite it and they say, oh, see, anyone who opposes us on this value is going against the science. So this is why it's always difficult. It's a fraught proposition to appeal to scientific research. It has to be done in a nuanced way. It has to be done with many caveats. Like when I, for example, cite research, you have to make sure to have this broader understanding of the nature of science, like specifically modern scientific production and its connection to liberal values and its use as a justifier for liberal values. Like, this is an inherent epistemological bias that Mike Jones wants to deny, or he just doesn't even want to talk about it. But just for the benefit of our audience, we want to make sure to have that level of sophistication. Like, when we're talking about science, we don't want to just present it in this kind of reductionist way that, oh, our whole case about minor marriage lives or dies on the basis of what the science says. Trust the science. No, that's not what we're saying at all. So I just wanted to start our entire discussion on that point.
Yeah. So the basis of the scientific method is to not trust the science. And we at Muslim Skeptic, we are not science trusters. And at the same time, we are not science deniers either. There are sometimes, in some cases, it is a useful tool to evaluate the reality around us. Counting, quantifying, observing, those are valid tools. However, with the current peer-reviewed journal system, it is, I mean, it has been demonstrated that this system is lacking in so many ways. And our religion is not based on following the science. I believe the only religion in the world based on following the science and following the experts is modernism, liberalism, as a way of understanding the world. It is they who have to take all of their knowledge about the world from scientific papers, and they deny everything else, any other way of knowing things.
Right.
And but even in this limited paradigm, we will dive into this limited paradigm. We will dive into this rule set, and we will still be able to again show that we are correct, even within their guidelines.
Okay. Okay, so where do you want to start?
I guess we could start by reiterating the main point. I got a couple of studies that I can show to our audience. I mean, I will be honest, I have given up on trying to educate Mr. Jones because, I mean, the main reason we are doing this second stream is because of the glaring errors, the massive methodological issues that he demonstrated in his 3-hour stream. And I will be honest, it was very difficult to watch his response to our analysis, to our post-debate analysis. His response was so unhinged, so incompetent that I could not watch more than 2 minutes at a time. I just managed to finish it around 3 a.m. last night. But it is so unhinged and incompetent that it is very difficult to watch. Every few minutes I have to stop the stream and go like, so stupid. Why, how could you make such a stupid mistake? But he does, and he doesn't seem to notice.
Yeah, and, I had the same experience, like trying to get through it. What made it worse is that he has some kind of chirping in the background. It sounds like a smoke detector that needs a battery, and that's common. Like, people who aren't very responsible in their personal life, they just allow a smoke detector to continue to beep every 10 seconds. That's dangerous. Like, your smoke detector needs a battery. Like, you could die in a fire if you don't replace your batteries.
No,
so he did not
be nice.
Yeah, so I tweeted that, like, why are you not changing your batteries? This is like a 2.5-hour stream, and every 10 seconds we have to hear a beep in the background. It's really annoying. And then he bizarrely saw my tweet and said that, oh, Daniel, is making fun of my voice. Daniel is insulting my voice. What? Like his reading comprehension is so bad. I don't know how he is trying to cite scientific, like these dense scientific papers. Like he couldn't understand my simple tweet about a smoke detector. He thinks he took it as me insulting his voice. He tweeted like people in his replies were saying, I don't think Daniel was making fun of your voice. So he eventually corrected his mistake, but it was just very illustrative of the kind of difficulty Mike Jones has with reading comprehension. And this is not us trying to insult him, or at least not too much, but it indicates like he has some difficulty following these arguments. So I mean, it's not really worth trying to teach him some of these basic points. Is mainly for the audience, so that people know like what he's talking about is nonsense, and here's the real science. Here's what the real research is actually saying.
Yeah.
So did you want me to play a clip, or did you want me to show or you could
I could start by sharing some of these articles that I have lined up.
Okay, you should have the ability to share your screen.
All right, let me take a look. And let's see. Window. All right, do you guys see this?
By the way, like we were claiming before on the previous live stream that Mike Jones doesn't have a science education. Like he doesn't have a formal scientific education, unlike me, and unlike Dr. Abdullah. Now, Mike Jones in his stream was questioning whether you're actually a doctor. Like unless
he seems to be questioning my credentials, which I mean, the most I can say without getting my hospital into trouble is I am a doctor working in New York. That's the most I can say right now without getting my hospital into trouble because of the
that's not enough, man. You have to show us 2 forms of ID. You have to hold them up on the screen. You have to like give us all that information. Otherwise, how can we believe you? It's not like you're speaking in a expert fashion on these scientific studies with clear advanced medical knowledge. Like that's not enough. We have to actually see like your driver's license,
hospital badge,
your hospital badge, your driver's license, your medical degree. So okay, that's fine. Like we will just assume that you are not an actual doctor. You have this kind of autistic level of knowledge of the medical science. So let's just go with that assumption if it makes Mike Jones feel better.
Yeah. And the actual researchers, actual physicians in the comments, in the live chat should be able to recognize that I am using the correct terminology, that I am able to explain statistics, biology, physiology, pathology, advanced surgical outcomes, and all that kind of stuff. Now, it is understandable that Mike is not able to follow these points because, now, let's be honest, I don't think he has any background in statistics or biology or even philosophy.
No.
If you go to his resume on LinkedIn.com, it says he graduated from a university in Pittsburgh, and he has a bachelor's degree in film, cinema, and video, or something like that. Now, and since that time, he has been working essentially as a camera operator.
Okay.
And
I mean, you have
videos.
Yeah.
He also edits videos at the same time, but that's what his resume says. So we are trying to, teach a cameraman about some statistical methods. We're trying to teach him about biology, and you're trying to teach him about philosophy, in which you have a master's degree in.
Yeah.
So
So I mean, it
it
could
is it
be.
is understandably difficult.
Yeah. So I mean, you can be a very scientifically literate cameraman. Like, we're not trying to insult people
Yeah,
who
I mean,
are in the
it is
visual
possible
arts,
that,
but we're just
yeah.
acknowledging, like, he wanted to question your credentials. So it's fair game to look at whether what are his credentials, right?
Yeah.
So if he wants to bring
Hmm.
credentials into the discussion, we can. That's fine. Like, we're happy to go toe to toe on that basis.
Hmm.
But our criticism is not purely ad hominem. Oh, he
No.
doesn't have a scientific background. We just want to put that out there, since he is raising these kinds of questions about
Yeah.
your background. What is actually his training? It doesn't seem like he's had much formal training. It shows. It shows in the way that he talks,
Hmm.
as we'll see from certain clips. So can you, like, expand the? It's hard to read the actual text on your screen. So if you
All
can
right.
just
Let's see.
expand it. Yeah, that's much better.
All
Even a
right.
little
So
bit.
this
Even
is
a little bit more.
a little bit more. Let's see.
Yeah, that's good.
How about now? All right. So this is a recent publication of the CDC. This is National Health Statistics Reports, and when we scroll down, you will see U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, National Center for Health Statistics, and you can download all of these reports from this link from the CDC website. As you can see, this is not a positive parenting tips website. This is like actual data put out by the Centers for Disease Control. Now, we are going to get straight to the statistics right here, which we briefly touched in your stream.
Yeah.
But this is the core, this is the essence of our argument, which he has not been able to properly refute. Now, this
Can you expand
is
it a little bit? It's still hard to
a
read.
little
Like,
bit
the
more.
text is small. Yeah. Oh, okay,
All right,
much
how
better.
about now? Well,
Great.
now I can't see it myself. All right, how about now?
Excellent.
All right, so this is a chart showing age at menarche. This is the age that girls have reached their the age of their first period. So this is when menarche is when girls have their first period. They are at 96% of their adult height. So they are 5'5", 5'6", whatever the national average is. They are approaching that height.
Right.
They are not going to grow any taller. They are already at adult height, and their rest of their body is nearing full maturity. Like I said, with even the pelvic bones achieving 85, 86% of the final size, of the final obstetric dimensions.
So I think this was a major confusion that we've
Yeah,
had.
he doesn't seem to fully understand because it's not written down. I have never seen him look at a chart and make any inferences based on the numbers or the data. I have never seen him look at the numbers. He always reads whatever the authors have put out,
Right.
and so that seems to be a shortcoming.
Yeah,
that we
but
will try to address.
right. So I don't want to jump the gun, but just to give the audience who hasn't watched his review, or maybe they haven't watched our previous review, he's saying that, look, Dr. Abdullah and Daniel are misrepresenting what everyone is saying in the medical research, that puberty is complete by around age 15. 14 to 16, some say 15 to 17. That's when puberty is complete. They keep saying that puberty can be complete by age 8, 9, 10, 11. This is wrong. They're
And
misrepresenting the data.
and he says, I'm confused. If you watch his stream at that point, he says, I'm confused. Where are they getting this from? I am confused.
Right.
Well, this is where we are getting it from. This is age at menarche, according to the CDC. This is a large study of U.S. females.
Right.
Now,
But this
as you
is
can
not
see,
saying
this.
that puberty is complete, right? Because we made, in the post debate review and even in the debate, I mentioned this, that puberty is not technically complete when the first period comes. It's
I mean,
Tanner stage 4, but it is, for all intents and purposes, this is the kind of medical point that you made. It is the
there are
end.
different maturations. There are multiple different maturations occurring together at the same time. There are different processes that start and end at different points, and it depends on which one you want to take. If you take like the bone end plate fusing, if you take epiphyseal closures, that can go up to 25, 30. Some long bones don't fuse until 30s, 40s. Are you going to take that as the end point, as the reproductive maturity? No, not really. I mean, there are some liberals who have tried. There are a couple of attempts to say puberty ends at 24, 25. But again,
Right. So
these are
this is the like a very basic point that we want everyone to understand, is that there are different definitions of what completing maturity actually means,
yeah.
physiologically, biologically.
And
And
this is a little too complex to go over in a 2 hour stream. I will try to, inshallah, I will try to make some dedicated videos about these, and maybe we
okay.
can, take a comprehensive look. But just as a quick reiteration, a restatement of our main argument, you can see that these are percentages. This is 1%, 4%, 10%. This graph by the CDC says, even in modern America, one of the wealthiest, most well-fed countries in the world, even in modern America, 1% of girls have their period at 8 years of age. So they are at their adult height, minus 1 inch. They have developed breasts. 1% of them have developed breasts. They have grown internal sexual organs. They have visible external sexual characteristics. And 4% at the age of 9 have these. These are not toddlers. These are not toddlers. We cannot show you pictures of them because, well, they will have visible breasts. They will have visibly female body shape. And it goes on.
The secondary sexual characteristics are developed
Yeah.
by menarche.
Yeah, mostly developed by menarche. And the average in this, the mean age at menarche that they have calculated is 11.9, I believe.
Right.
And this, of course, differs by different groups. And in a very small minority, it goes up to 15 years of age. Maybe 4% of girls still haven't had their period by 15 years of age. It's a small minority. Think like Greta Thunberg, maybe. And who still, I mean, she also shows signs of fetal alcohol syndrome, but she also seems to have some kind of delayed pubertal development. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the second.
You're going after everyone today. You're
Oh,
going
yeah.
after everyone.
No, I'm just giving you examples. And this graph is the main point that Daniel made throughout the debate. This is cumulative probability of first sexual intercourse among women by age at menarche in the United States. So this chart, on this side you see the groups stratified by their age at first period. So they analyzed girls who started having their period at different ages. They stratified by the first menarche.
Right.
And on this side, the columns show you their their claimed age at first sexual intercourse. So this is what the girls would admit to. So this is the data that shows when the girls started fornicating, basically. And this is collected by the CDC. Now, why did I say fornicating? Well, sex outside of marriage, I believe he admitted, is a sin, and he is against that too. If you go to some of the research done by American NGOs, they say the minor marriage rate in the United States is 0.6%. Out of every 1,000 minors under the age of 18, only 6 are married. So in this age group, the marriage rate is 0.6%. However, the fornication rates are up to 71, 76% by the time they reach the age 18. And if you look at the earliest ages of sexual intercourse, you will notice that CDC started asking after the age 14. They didn't even ask, did you have sexual intercourse at age 10, 11, 12, 13? They started asking from age 14. And when asked, given these options, 20% of girls who had their periods early already had started fornicating at age 14. 20% of girls were already fornicating by age 14. In the average group, in the girls who had their periods at an average age, the fornication rates were 14% by age 14. And by the time they get to age 18, about 70% of them have committed fornication. Now, in the debate, you asked him, what is your, you asked him, what is your solution to the fornication problem? Because girls at age 18 have a marriage rate of 0.6 and a fornication rate of 76%.
Right.
And his solution was to re-educate them, rehabilitate them. So I from what I can understand, I think Mike Jones wanted to establish massive re-education camps, concentration camps all across the United States, and put 75% of all girls in these camps to be re-educated.
Rehabilitated, yeah.
To be rehabilitated. Maybe they will tie them down to chairs and read them Bible.
Yeah.
Or I'm not sure what the curriculum would be, but that is his solution.
Yeah.
So this clearly shows the main point that Daniel has been making. We are staring at a marriage rate of 0.6 and fornication rate of 75%. In Muslim countries, the goal is for girls to have a marriage rate of 75% and a fornication rate of 0.
Right.
And that is our main point.
Which one is like more godly? Can Christians answer that? Like, which one is more godly? Which one is closer to the ethics of the Bible? Can you answer that? That's the really shocking thing, is that after all this time, like this debate happened a month ago, and fine, if Mike Jones or some of the Christians, they couldn't come up with an answer to this dilemma on the spot, you would think they would say something about it, like instead of dedicating a live stream to pretending to read scientific papers as Jones did, like actually dedicate a live stream to this dilemma. Like, this is a huge gaping problem with Christian ethics and Christian understanding of sexuality, but they have no answer. They have like no response other than say, people need to just meditate and just practice some kind of Zen Buddhist like asceticism, where that's the only solution that they have, without actually acknowledging the massive fornication rates that are happening amongst their youth in their countries. This is not a problem. Like, they don't see any of this. They claim, like Mike Jones in the debate, he couldn't admit that, he has a big problem with fornication that's happening in his societies. But just imagine, like he said that, yeah, I can't say that fornication is worse morally or less worse morally than child marriage or minor
He
marriage.
said they are exactly equal.
They're exactly equal. Okay, well, if you have this kind of moral outrage about minor marriage that he expressed multiple times, like, oh, he's making it his crusade to fight minor marriage, and he's grandstanding in that way. Okay, well, where's your crusade against the fornication that's rampant in your societies? Like at
71,
75%.
75%.
Like, this is, and
Come on.
it's not like some kind of uh, arcane statistic. Like, people in the, look at anyone who has gone through high school in the West, anyone who has gone through public school. Like, this is not some kind of secret problem, like under, behind closed doors. No, it's like openly flaunted. Like, it's open, everyone knows that this is happening. But I guess Christians are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Like, they have been oppressed and subjugated by liberals for so long that they have just adopted all of the moral sensibilities of hardcore liberals. That's the reality.
Mhm.
Like, they just parrot and mimic, like mindlessly mimic the values of their masters. Their masters are okay with fornication, so they're okay with it. Their masters, their
Mhm.
liberal masters, view minor marriage as this evil practice, like the worst type of evil possible, imaginable. So they mindlessly parrot that. And that's what we see from Mike Jones. Like, this is the contradiction that lays bare their kind of blind imitation of liberal sensibilities.
Mhm. Yeah, he during the whole debate, he did not bring up a single Christian argument against you. The
Yeah.
closest he came was he said, Paul said we must love each other, so we cannot have child marriage. He says.
Right.
So, how are you using that to argue against this? Why are you not allowing a 12-year-old bride to love her 20-year-old husband?
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, as you can see, Mike Jones is obsessing about the 0.6% minor marriage rates, while fornication rates are 71, 75% by the time they get to age 18. Which after that keeps rising. I mean, it's not like every single one of these girls get married at age 18. We know they don't. And they just keep fornicating, and the numbers keep rising, as you can see on
Right.
this side of the graph. And this is just the main thing that I want to point out, and the data goes on and on. In some groups, the fornication rates actually go up to 90% in some groups. But anyway,
Right.
so that's one part of it. And so we can actually look at a couple of things from his live stream. This is the first time that we are seeing Mike Jones reading studies. Now, before this, we only had the stuff that he cited during the debate, and we tried to, analyze that. We tried
Right.
to figure out what is this guy doing? How is he coming to these conclusions based on these low quality studies? And at the time, we assumed that he was just Googling stuff, reading through the paper, and picking out the sentences that he liked, regardless of where they came from in the study, regardless of whether they were backed by anything. Because from what he as far as he understands, if it is written in a like a scientific journal, then it must be true. And he does not seem to understand the concept of primary sources, secondary sources, opinions, and he seems to conflate all of these. But that was our assumption. But now we have a 3-hour video proving this over and over and over. And
Yeah.
so he actually skips through most of our important points. He calls them rants. Maybe because he cannot understand them, maybe he just thinks we are being mean to him for no reason. We are not being mean to him. It's just that I think most of the points go over his head, and he thinks we are being unfair to him. We have been very charitable towards the studies that he cited, towards his understanding of the studies, but after this 3-hour video, it's hard to entertain any charitable readings, charitable views of his understanding of science. So because he has been skipping most of our content, we will not be watching the whole thing. We will return the favor in kind. And
I mean, we watched the whole thing. That's why we had the clips that we brought out, where he's clearly confused. But like, we'll just spare the audience. We're not just going to go minute by minute to dissect
it
everything.
is very
It's just
painful.
gonna focus. Unlike him, we're going to focus on his strongest points. Okay, we're going to steelman his position. Unlike him, where he skipped over our strongest points and misconstrued what we were saying, we're actually going to make sure that we give his strongest views or his strongest opinions, they stated, a fair shake in order to deconstruct and evaluate those claims. So you have a specific timestamp you want me to go to in his review?
Do I have this? Do I have the? Do you have this stream on the screen?
No, it's still sharing your screen.
Hold on, okay, gotcha. I gotta switch to the other thing. I'm new to this StreamYard thing. Just give me a minute.
Sure, just like full screen it.
All right, are you guys seeing the YouTube video, the YouTube window right now?
No, I don't see it.
Let's see.
Okay, great.
Oh, you can see it now?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, so this is the beginning of his stream. Notice how distressed he looks. He seems to be in extreme distress, breaking voice, looks defeated overall. He avoids eye contact with the camera most of the time.
Oh, we can't hear it. You have to share the audio.
I'm not sharing the audio. Let me see.
No.
How would I share the audio?
StreamYard gives you an option when you share. Oh. I think Dr. Abdullah dropped himself from the stream, so he'll be back in a second.
All right.
We lost you there.
Yeah, misclick. All right, share tab audio.
Yeah, that's it.
Let me explain what's going on today. So, as you know, I had a debate with Dan.
Now, is this the face of a man who is happy and excited? You guys tell me.
You're really going into the physiognomy.
Yeah, but you have to. It is scientifically proven. But anyway, let's see.
So this is Farasa, right? Farasa, Islamic science. So you're going deep. This is why everyone says Dr. Abdullah is a Chad. Like,
Astaghfirullah. All right, let's go to this point right here.
Let's just play.
We're reinventing our net.
I am getting ads. I don't have YouTube Premium or what it is.
Ad block.
Yeah, we are going to watch a couple of seconds of ads, and I apologize.
A little bit more and see.
The helpful in daily tasks, the household tasks, which was a massive burden in the pre-modern.
Again, he's just pointing out that Daniel did not understand the Islamic teaching, if Abdullah is correct. I was responding to what Daniel said about the Islamic teaching. But let's move ahead to when they start covering the studies that I cite. So they're going to take issue with the first two papers I cited and then ignore the rest. They're going to cherry pick. They're going to take the fact that I was making a cumulative case and ignore that I had much more robust studies beyond my initial assessment. But here, let's.
So he said some interesting things. He said he was making a cumulative case.
Yeah.
He says he had much more robust studies after these first two that we looked into.
Debunked.
Yeah, or debunked, if you will. So it seems like he is implicitly admitting that his first two studies were not robust. Is that a fair assessment? Does the audience agree with me?
Yeah, they're strengthened by independent research. They don't stand on their own 2 feet. You have to support them and make a
much more
cumulative
robust
case.
studies beyond my initial assessment. Nor that I had much more robust studies beyond my initial assessment.
Well, if he had much more robust studies, why did he start with these two and quote them extensively?
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, he did not realize that his studies were weak.
Trash.
He did not realize his studies were trash, these first two, until we pointed it out on our stream, and until we picked it apart, until we showed that he was just picking out sentences from random places inside the introduction or the discussion parts most of the time. And after we point it out, he calls it cherry picking. He says we were being mean to him. He says we were cherry picking. Keep this in mind. He accuses us of cherry picking stuff.
No.
And he says he had much more robust studies. Well, he showed about 20 studies during the debate. He had the first pages of 20 different articles plastered on the screen. We do not have time to go through every low quality source you have, man. Mike, I'm sorry, that's not how it works. He says he was making a cumulative case. That's not how you make a case. You don't accumulate 20 low quality studies and then bring all of those unsupported, baseless claims together and make a strong claim based on those weak evidences. That's not how scientific method works. But this has been his methodology throughout the whole thing.
I'm going to take the fact that I was making a cumulative case and ignore that I had much more robust studies beyond my initial assessment.
This is an admission that
some of these.
his first two studies were not robust.
Problems in newborn babies, faulty feeding practices, lack of knowledge regarding family welfare methods, and health implications. They know child marriages lead to serious health consequences. It also bereaves young girls of their childhood by overburdening them with domestic responsibility.
Yeah, the study actually does not prove that anywhere. The study he's citing does not prove this claim anywhere.
Okay, we're going to stop there. Studies like this cannot prove. They can only make inductive inferences.
So he's nitpicking here.
Obvious.
Pause it. So he's nitpicking the use of prove. Like he's, yeah. So you're basically the word prove. Yeah. So he's basically making this point that no science can ever prove anything because Karl Popper said that there's only evidence and you can only falsify scientific theories. Yeah. You can never prove them. Like this is the level of his critique. Like we're just using prove in a conventional way. Like does the evidence prove your case? Does the study prove your case? Like we're not discussing on the level of philosophy of science or Karl Popper falsification, like falsifiability. So this is like such a stupid thing to nitpick about. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah. No, he doesn't stop there. Look, he will bring up a study. He will bring up a source, guys. Google.com.
So I will share.
He will Google up a source for us.
Sociology. Okay. I'm going to go down to the section.
Notice the many tabs of Google open up there.
On inductive approach. Okay. Some sociologists conduct scientific research through a positive framework utilizing a hypothetical deductive formulation of research questions.
So I just need to stop here and show you guys what he is trying to defend right now. Let me see if I should just share the whole screen. Maybe it might be easier.
All of this because you use the word prove.
Yeah.
He wants to go into sociology and give us a amateur philosophy of science lesson.
Yeah. So what he had, this is the same study from the Desi aunties, Auntie Yogita and Dinesh. I'm guessing that's a female name. I don't actually know. So this
Expanded,
is this
it's
is
hard to read. Expanded.
expand coming up. How about now?
Great.
This is the study that he liked and he picked out of here and plastered on the debate presentation. This is what he presented to 300,000 people during the debate. Most importantly, early marriage bereaves young girls of their childhood by overburdening them with domestic responsibility, motherhood, sexual relations, rather than allowing them to play with friends or go to school. Boo-hoo. And he doesn't actually say this part. He cuts it out. If you
And dream about a career, yeah. So
yeah,
this is
he actually
this is,
doesn't say that because it doesn't sound good. And let me pull up his slide from here. Right here. So on the second page of his presentation about the Gujarati study, low quality Gujarati study that we showed, he puts this on the screen and
he
reads
cuts off
them
the
like
end
this
part.
was a. You can see it.
Sure, yeah.
So he reads this as it's a huge discovery made by this paper. And as you can see, he modified the quote to remove "have a dream about a career." I guess he didn't like
wonder
the way it sounded.
why, but yeah, maybe it was just too long to fit on the slide. Maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
But when you go back to the paper, is this Daniel? Is this a finding of the study? Is there a number or reference next to it? Do you see anything?
Well, he never said that this proves his case. He never said that, Dr. Abdullah. Be fair. He never said that quote proves that child marriage is wrong, that minor marriage is wrong. He never said that. So don't you know anything about sociology, philosophy of science? Come on.
Yeah. So he accuses me of violating the philosophy of science or whatever. What he's doing is he saw a sentence that he liked in the introduction section, which is basically, if there's no number next to it, this is the opinion of the author. The authors decided to write this sentence
to some kind of study that shows how the dreams of a career are shattered.
I don't think they did a randomized controlled study of dreams.
Double-blind study.
Yeah, I don't think they did that. Is this repeated in the results section? No, they did not ask any questions about, playing, the girls' ability to play with their friends, go to school, or dream of a career.
Right.
This is not part of this was not studied at all by this paper. This is just assertion by these two authors.
But it's published, right? So if it's published, that must mean that it's true, right?
Yeah.
Are you denying that, Dr. Abdullah?
Yeah, that's his under.
Are you saying that non-true things could be published?
Yeah, shocking, isn't it? So just
Indian,
because
Indian Journal of Community Medicine, that's like right up there with the Journal of New England.
Top sources, yeah. New England Journal of Medicine, and then after that, Indian Journal of Community Medicine, top two resources.
People might not know that we're being sarcastic here, but
yeah, but yeah. So this sentence is not backed by anything at all.
Right. So let's get to his claim though. Like, he's making a cumulative case. So there were other higher quality studies that he cited.
Absolutely,
that's what he's claiming. So is that true? Like, let's give him a fair shake. Like,
sure. So he's giving us this whole lecture about induction, hypothetical deductive
method and Sorry, you. Oh, you're playing. We're not seeing
Oh,
your.
we're not seeing?
anything.
Hold
Play
on.
it. No, you have to share.
Share separately. Oh, we're
Yeah.
still seeing this, huh?
Yeah, we're still seeing the Desianti paper.
All right. Apologies to the viewers. I am very new at this StreamYard stuff. Wait.
To be inductive. Of course, it's not going to prove my case. Daniel should know this. He cites studies all the time. He uses as evidence to support his case. This is what he said in his debate with Tom Jung. He can't
Look at the eye motions. Look at the level of stress right now.
uses as evidence to support his case. This is what he said in his debate with Tom Jung. He can't prove something. He's arguing for evidence. The harm is evidence of something. But here,
I mean, this gentleman is in severe distress right now. I would not recommend that he keep doing these debate kind of things. He's clearly not cut out for it.
they want to shift the goalpost. My one study out of the cumulative case I was making does not prove. Well, of course it doesn't prove, but it is evidence that child marriage is harmful, which was my point. And it's only one study among multiple, which they're not even going to cover for the most part.
He doesn't get the fact that we're objecting whether what you cited was evidence. Like that is what we're objecting to.
Yeah, this is not a research finding. This is not even a finding of another study that's quoted inside this paper. This is just the opinion of the authors. That's what we're trying to explain to you, Mike.
Yeah.
So if we can take some time to pick apart the study that he's citing here.
Sure, I can pull it up. You want me to pull it up actually, and then show it on the screen?
Yeah, we could just pull it up on screen.
And basically, he accuses us of it's either cherry picking or we are being mean to him by focusing on his non-robust papers, according to him. And let me be clear, I would have kept going for up to 8 hours regarding all of his studies, all of the weak points, all of every single sentence that he puts up on the screen. I was ready to go, but honestly, we don't have that kind of time. Daniel is running his media empire. He is he is raising 5 sons. He has a family to take care of, and I am taking care of my family. I am taking care of 10, 20, 30 patients at a time.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So we don't really have time to give this guy a full statistics 101 course. I mean, if he did not take this course during his college years, we cannot, supplement it during a quick live stream. But we just want this to be for the benefit of the audience. And let's see.
So what are we watching now? Just to facilitate, because we've been an
wrong.
hour on the stream.
So the
I
fun
want
thing
us
with the search.
to do a time check.
We are already at 1 hour.
Yeah.
Oh man! All right.
So I'm just going to have to go full screen again because I'm going to.
Want a lawn that looks.
I really need an
Dude,
ad block, huh?
ad block, come on.
I need ad block. Okay, I gotta get that next.
That's the claim they're making. Let's pull through. So let's go to the 2007 report. Okay, here it is.
This is the famous.
We're down to page 4.
This is
Yeah.
the famous
Claim.
deep dive that he did.
Yeah, well, let's
Girls
not
under
replay it
15 are
because people
5
can
times
just
more
watch
likely to
the
die during
clip.
pregnancy and childbirth.
Yeah.
People can just
So-
watch the clip that we have. We uploaded it yesterday of him
Yeah.
really embarrassing himself trying to find the source of his
I
file.
mean, I was embarrassed for him watching this, but let me point out where to actually find that paper.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good because we said that we're going to show the source. We have to do the work for these Christian apologists.
Yeah,
we
he
have
is.
to actually go and find sources for their claims because they themselves are too incompetent to find them. So this is like Muslim service, basically. We're helping. we're like the research team for these Christian apologists. Like we have to do the difficult scientific
We
work
have to
for
do
them.
the hard work. Well, this is the study that his citation goes back to. This is not a study. This is a report by the United Nations.
Okay.
And we go down to the that page where you got this from. Girls under 15, 5 times more likely. As you can see, there is no reference under this. This is not
5 times more
pointing
likely
to a
die
proper
in childbirth.
Yeah, this UN report from 2007 is not pointing to a proper reference. If you go all the way down to page 88, that's where some references begin. So it's inside a panel, gender
Make it a
discrimination
little bit bigger
across.
because we can't read anything.
All right, so it goes to a panel, gender discrimination across the life cycle. So as a commenter pointed out just recently under his comments, he thinks these 3 are all the references for that section, and he went through these 3. He decided maybe it's in this one. Went in there, couldn't find it, got confused, and ended up pointing us to a study he did not even have. Well,
Right.
That's not true. The panel references actually continue on the next page right here.
Yeah, he must have missed that.
Yeah, and I think this one is the, hold on. Oh,
You gotta get a mouse, dude.
yeah, I do have a mouse, but
Oh, okay.
right here. This seems to be the source that he's looking for. When you go to this one, like I said, it's a 2001 source. It points to a 2000 paper and a 1997 paper. When you go to those, they don't have sources. The 2000 paper is not even available online. The UN has not put it online. It's not reachable. But as one of our commenters has kindly pointed out, Ron Sertu, as Mr. Sertu has correctly pointed out, many thanks to him, this claim goes back to the early 90s. This claim goes back to the early 90s. This is a UN
Another
population
UN
fund.
paper.
Another UN paper. And you go to this one, you will see this is one of the earliest one of the first times that they cite this. Twice as likely, 5 times as likely.
Can you make it
points
bigger so we
to-
can see it? Let's actually read it. So, in developed and developing countries alike, mothers aged 15 to 19 are twice as likely to die in childbirth as mothers in their early 20s, and those under 15 are 5 times as likely. So there's a citation there, or there's a
Allegedly.
footnote.
Let's
go to that.
see what it says. It points to Nafis Sadik investing in women. Focus of the 90s.
Nafis Sadiq investing in women, the focus of the 90s.
This
United
is
Nations Population Fund. Okay, that's the source.
Yeah, so she is the head of the United Nations Population Fund, which is an organization dedicated to reducing population growth. just putting it out there.
Yeah, so
Anyway, yeah.
I was shocked when you pointed this out. So Nafis Sadiq, she's Pakistani, I guess, and another Desi auntie, and clearly there's no ideological motivation there. Like there's no, so she's not a scientist, right?
she's an OBGYN. She's an
so she's a doctor.
OBGYN, like trained at Hopkins. I think she might even have a public health degree, but again, she is receiving a massive salary to run this program.
Yeah, to reduce the population. So what's the best way to reduce fertility rate, reduce birth rate around the world is you have to attack what? You have to attack minor marriage. You have to tell people that what's most healthy for girls is for them to, go to public school until they're 18 and then go to college and have a college experience, fornicating with all kinds of guys while getting a degree in communications or whatever, and then working at a corporate job for another 10 years. And then maybe when you're 35, you can start looking for settling down, after years of fornication, you can maybe start having one child. Yeah, so this is exactly what depopulation means. Like the United Nations has this agenda. So that this shows, like, even if Jones was able to track down this source, it would completely discredit it as a source. So let's just continue and see what this paper is.
Yeah. So this book is not actually available online. It's not even on Amazon, but we don't actually need it. As our esteemed commenter Ron Sertu points out, this claim, the same claim, is repeated in many other papers, including this World Health Organization paper from '91. It says, a study in Matlab, Bangladesh showed that girls aged 10 to 14 years had a maternal mortality rate 5 times that of women aged 20 to 24 years. And for 15 to 19 years, the rate was still twice that of the 20 to 24-year-olds. And then...
yeah, so what's the citation there? The same?
Citation... No, the citation actually goes back to a proper study this time. For once, they actually cited a proper paper. Let's see where it is.
Expanded, we can't read.
You can't read? Hold on. Let me find it first. Right here.
Maternal
This is-
mortality in rural Bangladesh. Studies
This
in
is Chen
family
et
planning.
al. A paper published in 1974. Rural Bangladesh. And so luckily we do have this paper. Let me pull it up for us. Okay, how legible is this? Can you guys see it? Can
little
you,
bit
is it
larger.
actually readable?
Let me get a little bit bigger and we can see it.
Oh, Brian. All right, how about now?
It could be bigger.
Really?
I mean, we can read it. It's fine. Some of our viewers might need glasses. So. Like me, I need glasses. So that's why.
All right, well, let's see. This is a study conducted in rural Bangladesh. This study population is about 132 villages in a small town called Matlab Thana. This was back in 1967 to 1968. 132 villages, population of 116,000. And they did a follow-up to this first study. The second study that's contained in the same paper. The second study was 231,000 people in 233 villages between 68 and 1970. And here they describe the study area. Let's see if there's anything significant about this. Matlab Thana, the government rural health center in Matlab Thana, has 1 part-time physician and 1 to 2 midwives for about 300,000 people.
Right.
Do you see the issue here? But yeah, let's keep going.
But it says the health center also probably does not have a significant impact on maternal deaths. How could that be? Like,
because they have so little staff, they probably have zero effect on, these 1 or 2 midwives. How are they going to reach every single one of these 300,000 people for their childbirths or prenatal care?
Since the staff is limited, I was reading it the opposite way.
They're trying to say, even though there is 1 health center there, not even a proper hospital, probably just some room with basic medical equipment in the middle of the town, they're arguing that this is practically 0 doctors, 0 healthcare. Essentially, right here it says, essentially all deliveries are conducted at home with assistance of relatives or occasionally untrained village midwives. Little, if any, of the population has access to modern prenatal, delivery, or postpartum health services.
Right.
So this is 1960s in a small, like a rural part of Bangladesh. This is after 250 years of British exploitation. And this is right after the British have left. And Now, mind you, Bangladesh has been one of the wealthiest regions in the world in most of history until after the British exploitation. Now they have picked back up, alhamdulillah. Now they are actually they actually have better income than some of the countries around them.
Right.
But this was a period of just complete poverty and just crushing poverty, no infrastructure, nothing to help these ladies. They were basically all delivering at home. Now, notice that the United Nations has taken this study and generalized it to the entire world and kept bringing up that same slogan since 1989 until until 2010, and maybe even
who knows how, Allahu Alam, how many studies just refer to that stat like five times. They just spam it. Like they spam it in all these studies, and then look how much work we have to do to find the original source. And it's so outrageous. Like, it's so outrageous that they're taking this as like this is inherent to having children or childbirth under 15. Like, this is just the medical science is concluded. Like, this is how they're presenting it. And it's just some random village that has one doctor for 300,000 people. And
one part-time doctor.
One part-time doctor. He's not even full-time. He can't even work. He can't even work more than 20 hours a week for 300,000.
That guy's probably traveling through several different towns and visiting them a couple of days each week, I'm assuming. And again, that doctor is probably not even a specialist, not even a OBGYN. So this is a crushing poverty situation right here.
Yeah. And, so these are all the studies that we're finding, or many of them just go back to these kinds of places, like India, Gujarat, India, this village in Bangladesh, a village in Nigeria. Like this is where their data is coming, like their strongest data is coming from these kinds of areas. And of course, as we pointed out in the last review, there's no consideration of confounding variables, confounding factors.
Exactly. And I will get to that in a minute. So, but keep in mind, this is the statistic that Mike Jones decided to begin with. This is what he began with, and he kept spamming. He kept repeating the point. He kept putting it up on the screen. He was actually citing the same figure from two different papers.
Right.
And the UN has been spamming this for about 20-30 years, starting in year 1990.
Yeah, and, so I mean, one of the points that we made in the last stream is that the opposition to minor marriage predates all of these supposedly scientific studies.
Yes.
The opposition, Western opposition to minor marriage, goes back to the early 19th century. It goes back to the early to mid 19th century, when colonial powers were trying to restrict the colonized people from engaging in minor marriage. So these colonial powers didn't justify that on the basis of scientific research. They justified it on the basis of their liberal values. Mm-hmm. So this is something that's pre-scientific, and only after the fact has these liberal institutions like the UN or UNICEF brought supposed data to back up their liberal value, the liberal norm that they've forcefully imposed on the world for over 100 years at that point.
Yeah, and during his stream, when I bring up that point, when I say United Nations had a stated goal of ending minor marriage since 1948, when I said that, it's right here in this Naval Noor paper. Since 1948, the United Nations and other international agencies have attempted to stop child marriage. When I say this, he says, well, yeah, because it's evil, because it leads to harm, guys. So what study has shown the harm in 1948? He never clarifies that. So his argument is basically, yeah, we are trying to stop it because it causes harm, and it causes harm because these studies that we funded to show that it causes harm say it causes harm. It's like a circular argument that he keeps making.
Right.
We are trying to stop it because it's evil. It's evil because here are studies. We are funding these studies because it's evil. It's like keeps going around in circles. Anyway, the Bangladesh paper. Now, you will see the methodology is they don't even have records. They don't even have a hospital in the region or any scientific or medical personnel to keep detailed records. They have to go around asking the family members and other observers about the signs and symptoms of the deceased after the fact. And then, so this is the first investigation. They had to go around asking. The second investigation, they analyzed birth and death reports and also childbirth reports, including some reported fetal deaths. They said a death occurring within 90 days of a birth event was classified as maternity related, regardless of the stated cause of death. So it is a very, in modern day, you probably could not publish this in the current day. Right. They would object that it is too imprecise. In addition, maternal mortality was assumed if the report stated that the woman was pregnant at the time of death. Again, not the most precise method. And even using these, you know how many deaths they had, they found to make this universal claim? In the first study, they identified 41 maternal deaths. In the second, they identified 119. And this is what they analyzed. These are very small numbers. In the current day, you could not publish detailed paper with these kind of numbers.
It's just not statistically significant.
It is a very small number. I mean, you don't have enough power to run any kind of analysis based on this. But even then, because the data was lacking in the 70s, even then the authors, I believe, tried to stratify and come to some conclusions with good faith. I read the whole study. I think they were trying to analyze it in good faith. And, they went around asking the family members, oh, do you know why she died? They're like, and they had to go by their descriptions. In 2 cases, the relatives said the girl died because of evil spirits. 3 of them died from abortion, when they tried to abort and caught sepsis, stuff like that. And we head down to the results. So they tried to make tables based on the distribution of the deaths. And this is where the UN claim comes from. Table 5, maternal mortality rate by maternal age. This
We
is
finally
not like,
found it. We finally found
we finally found it. This comes from the data collected between 1968 and 1970 based on population, vital statistics data. This is not based on hospital records or anything like that. It's just that girls died and they seem to be pregnant at the time of death or prior to the time of death. So they stratified them by age group, and they said, all right, so out of 1,000, 17 girls died during childbirth, or during not during childbirth, but while pregnant as a result of pregnancy complications. They assumed they found 17.7 for ages 10 to 14, 7.4 for ages 15 to 19, and 20 and 3.8 for ages 20 to 24. And I guess when you multiply this by 2, you get 7.6. When you multiply it by 5, you get something like, what do we get? 15, 16, 18? I'm not good with math.
Around that, yeah. Around 18.
Yeah, so yeah, This is where the claim comes from. And then if you look on this side, it says number of live births. So this data is based on 500 babies, 500 pregnancies. These are very small numbers to be making that kind of large claims. In the 2024
Yeah, and again, these are like
group,
the raw numbers. There's looking at
no-
other factors like, oh, was it really was it
So,
really
yeah,
because
this
of
is-
pregnancy complications, or was it because of evil demon spirits, or like there's
So, yeah, in
is
this-
just the raw numbers.
Yeah, and
not
they are not
normalized for
controlling
anything.
they're not controlling for any confounding variables. They are not trying to see if there's anything else at play. So this paper is not trying to directly attribute the deaths to the age groups. And if you scroll down just a little bit on table 6, they actually stratify the data by parity, by the number of times that the girls have given birth. And when you look at the parity numbers, a much clearer picture emerges.
So just to redefine parity for people who might have missed
Yeah.
it.
So parity in like a medical terminology refers to the number of times that you have given birth. So parity 0 in this graph means this is the first time they are going to give birth. And the mortality rate for that was 9.9. After the first one is the most difficult by all accounts. And if anatomically the girl doesn't have a wide enough hip, the baby might get stuck, and that usually leads to the most of the complications in the places with little healthcare. And another point is, if the girl has a small pelvis because of the way she is built, it's not going to matter if she's 15 or 25 or 35. If the pelvis is small, the first child is going to get stuck, and she is going to have a lot of problems. This is true whether she's 15 or 25. But since in this country the girls marry young, it is more likely to happen during the first pregnancy in their teens, in the teenage years. That is called a confounding factor. And as we can actually see on the later charts, when you go down to this chart, they stratified the results by two more things. So they are stratifying by maternal age, they are stratifying by parity, the number of times the girl has given birth, and they're stratifying by gravidity. Gravida is a similar term. It means the number of times that the girl has been pregnant. So 0 is in this primigravida. When it says primigravida, that means the first pregnancy that the girl is experiencing. When it says multigravida, that could be the second, third, fourth, fifth. And on this side, we will see an interesting result. Girls giving birth for the first time in their teens have a mortality rate of 11.6. Girls giving birth for the first time in their 20s have a much higher mortality rate, 17.5.
Wow.
Like I said,
What accounts for that? you think?
it's just their pelvis is small, and it was never. It most likely means their pelvis is small, and they were never going to be able to go through childbirth properly. It is sad to say, but it is natural selection without a medical team at the standby.
Right.
If they have a small pelvis, like the smallest pelvis in that population group, they will get picked out because of the pelvic anatomy. And the
Right,
girls
so-
yeah.
Basically, what you're saying is that there's a large proportion of like the deaths in the under 15 age group, or even within the 15 to 19 age group. A large proportion of them would have had those complications had they had that baby at age 20 or age 25 or age 30. Like that wasn't
Yeah, that's what we would expect.
This is what this chart is telling us.
It's not proving that directly. You would have to run randomized controlled trials, which I'm not aware of. You would have to follow a whole group of teenagers, and you would have to measure the pelvic sizes. You would have to watch if they get pregnant, and then how many of them get stuck. Is there a correlation between the smaller pelvis size, age, and all that?
But the other point that you made in the previous stream is that when the pelvis size is smaller and the mother is at that younger age, the babies also on average tend to be smaller as well.
Yeah, so Allah is not cruel to us. He makes sure that if the pelvic dimensions are smaller, the babies also come out when they are smaller. This is a widely replicated finding. We will see that in the Washington paper as well. Babies of teenagers seem to come out smaller compared to babies that are born in the 20s and 30s. And that seems to actually have a protective effect for the mother.
Right, for the mother and the child. So
for the mother, for the child, it is disputable. It's because they have not reached the full term, the full development of 40 weeks. They might have a slightly higher mortality rate, but that's, again, I will point out the statistics. In the American data, it's like 0.9% for the...
I mean, this is a good question to pose to Christians. Like, Muslims can pose this to Christians, or even atheists can pose this to Christians. Is like, well, if God is so just, then why did he create women who can get pregnant at age 13 or younger, but they will have a much higher chance of dying, 5 times as much, according to your UN? Like, what kind of cruel God is this that you believe in? And again, what would Mike Jones say to that? What would a Christian say to that? Because according to the Christian, it's also immoral. So God made it like something that is viable, like you can get pregnant at that young age. It's immoral, but you can die. Like, what kind of God would create that kind of situation? So in Islam, there's not a contradiction there, because it's natural. Like, Islam is acknowledging the natural possibility of childbirth through marriage of a teenager or a minor. But this is something that poses a problem for a Christian worldview.
Yeah, and again, just to point out, in Islam, a woman who dies during childbirth is considered a martyr, a shahida. So we are looking at the data of shahidat right now. These are martyrs in our belief, and we believe that God has taken them to heaven. But regardless, the ratio, the amount of girls who have been accepted into heaven as a result at the end of this study is vanishingly small, again, even with zero medical care. And the authors also point that out. We will get to that in a minute. But so from these multiple charts,
here's a comment. Here's a point. Daniel thinks all Christians think this way. The Bible has plenty of examples of childbirth.
Good. Good for them.
Yeah. I don't think all Christians. On the debate review, we had a couple of Christians come on that completely agreed with the Muslim position. So it's just liberal Christians, the liberal Christians that are suffering from this kind of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. But again, I don't want to spend too much time on this study, but let me just go through quickly. So the authors were actually aware of confounding factors, and they did their best to try to calculate, the mortality rate per parity. as you can see, the parity has a massive effect on mortality rate. The girls who gave birth for the first time were much more likely than the second or third births to have bad outcomes, to die.
Okay.
Right here it says maternal mortality was at a high level for parity 0. The risk experienced by those at parities 2, 3, and 4 was lower than the overall rate. And here they continue because of some confounding in that initial parity data that they showed. The unusually high risk of maternal mortality for the first pregnancy is partially obscured in that table 6 that we just looked at right here. So they made the table 7 where they further stratify the maternal mortality rate by gravidity. And then they say the unusually high risk associated with the first childbearing episode is clearly evident from these data. After gravida 0, after the first pregnancy, the rate falls sharply. And here is where they actually show it. So as you can see, the most massive risk is associated with the first childbirth, and a 10 to 19-year-old, after, if they manage to survive the first birth, they actually have decent outcomes. 3.6 compared to 1.5, 3.1 compared to 3.6. One thing that we can point out is a teenager having their second or third child has better outcomes than a 20-year-old having their first child. 20-year-olds having their first child at that age have one of the highest mortality rates on this study. But again, because these are very small numbers of deaths, these numbers are not very scientifically reliable. They are of unknown scientific significance.
Right.
You can see, when they stratify, the age 10 to 14 group had 9 deaths. When they stratify, the next age group had 29 deaths, 21 deaths, and they didn't have enough data to be able to fully look into these with all the confounders and stuff. But they tried. They tried, and they concluded in the 2 studies reported in this paper, the maternal mortality rates for a rural community of Bangladesh without access to modern health services were found to be 7.07 and 5.7 deaths per 1,000 live births. Although much lower than anticipated, these rates are by no means insignificant. They are high comparatively to the countries with modern medical care. They are much higher than the modern Bangladesh, but these are much lower than anticipated, the authors said. And they note high parity women were at higher than normal risk for maternal mortality, and at unusually high risk were primigravida women. And the authors make a bunch of observations based on this. They say the first pregnancy is dangerous. Teenagers may be under increased risk. They say that after fourth pregnancy, the risk seems to be increasing, and so on and so forth. Although they are basing all of these observations on very limited data. So this is the study. This is the rural Bangladesh study that we saw. So what happened to this paper? The United Nations took this paper, and the UN Population Fund blasted this, saying teenagers are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth, based on this one small paper from a very poor area. This is a letter to the editor written by Anne Blank. And here she explains the adventure, the story of this Bangladesh paper. She says, during our analysis, we sought to uncover the source of the oft-cited so-called fact that the risk of maternal mortality of women aged 15 to 19 years is twice that of women aged 20 to 24 years, and that the risk for those younger than 15 is 5 times higher. We identified dozens of instances over the past 25 years in which these figures were cited, often without any reference, as we saw. And so this author is writing a letter to the Lancet, one of the
Top
the
journal.
highest. This is the highest impact factor, one of the most respected journals worldwide. I think the first medical journal. This is a recent letter to the editor, 2014, where she describes how the UN came up with this fact and kept propagating this fact with no citation or reference, basically. And the author says this was repeated over the past 25 years, often without any reference. And she says, although we cannot be sure, the original source seems to be a study done in the late 1960s in rural Bangladesh. This early study was based on surveillance data collected in Matlab Thana and showed that the maternal mortality rate for mothers aged 15 to 19 years was 7.4 out of 1,000 live births, whereas for 22 to 24 it was 3.8. For mothers younger than 15 years, the rate was 17.7. These ratios were subsequently cited in a 1989 World Health Organization volume and then repeated many times in journal articles, reports, policy documents without reference to the original data. So again, the United Nations and one of its subdivisions, the World Health Organization, found this one line from a study and they pulled it and they blasted it everywhere. I mean, this 5-time rate, even the authors do not rely on this unadjusted rate. Even the authors do not make a big deal about this unadjusted rate here.
Right.
But the UN does.
Yeah.
And the UN actually never mentions the stratifications in this paper about the dangers of the first childbirth, the risk associated with that, even at age 20 or 30. They go straight to the point that they want to make.
Yeah, I mean, this entire breakdown and tracking down all of these supposed studies and the supposed evidence. It really is a great snapshot of the way that liberalism uses science and scientific research, uses or misuses in order to advance their ideological values against Muslims, for example. So this is very instructive, like to go through this exercise and see how they're really just manipulating the public.
Yeah, and the author continues. These ratios were repeated in many policy documents without reference to the original data, even though a compilation of age-specific maternal mortality data from 40 countries during roughly the same period as the Bangladesh study suggested a much more moderate excess risk for young mothers. And the data was available at the same time as this Bangladesh study. They actually had data from 40 countries compiled. And it showed a much more realistic value. But no, the UN wanted to focus on that one town in Bangladesh instead of...
That's where you get the 5 times. That's where you get the, that highlight that you can just shock people with and push your policy. Who's going to object to that? Who's going to object to it's 5 times more likely to die in childbirth if you're under 15. Imagine that. We have to stop this menace to girls, this menace to young girls by not banning fornication, mind you, not prohibiting that, no, but just banning minor marriage. Yeah, and right here it says, but the findings were mostly ignored in the scientific literature. And if you check the source it gives, it came out in 1974. This data that they refer to, the exact same year as the Bangladesh paper. But the UN focused on the low quality one and completely ignored this paper about 40 countries, data from 40 countries. Can you actually expand it? I can't read it. Norman D. Parental age. I haven't gone through this study, but parental age is a factor in pregnancy outcome and child development. It doesn't sound like it is controlled for much either, but this author says it provides a much more accurate picture. And it says, until very recently, little research has re-examined these early findings
on the basis of the more comprehensive data now available. So until
wonder
recently,
why.
nobody actually questioned this 5 times figure. And then
2014.
yeah, and then the author concludes facts are not facts by virtue of frequent repetition.
Good message for Mike Jones there.
Yeah, for the UN, for the entire
Yeah.
UN, and
For the
so,
UN, for liberals in general.
Yeah, so the same author, here is her paper analyzing 38 countries in 2013.
What's her conclusion?
So let's get through this one a little faster. It says basically a J-shaped curve was observed in all the studies, in all the results. A J-shaped curve with markedly higher risk after the age 30 is evident in all groups. We find that the excess risk among adolescents is of a much lower magnitude than is generally assumed. They are referring to the 5 times figure.
Right.
To the 2 times figure. Now, here they say, contrary to expectations...
Expand
Oh.
it, please.
All right, so they did this study in the age group 15 to 19 because that's where most data is available. Not the under 15 age group. Contrary to expectations, the age curve only shows a modest excess risk at age 15 to 19 compared to age 20 to 24. The risk for women age 15 to 19 is approximately 28% higher than women age 20 to 24. So what does this 28% show? Because, there are certain liberal Christians, when they hear, oh, it says higher, 28% higher, I gotcha. There are certain viewers who will pounce on that. Here it is. Here's the aforementioned data visualized. Maternal mortality ratios. So because they had 38 countries, they did not just lump them all together. They separated them into high mortality and low mortality groups. As you can see, this is the ratios of maternal mortality death, unadjusted, I should add. This is not controlled for any of the confounders, including first time giving birth, primiparity or nulliparity, according to some other terminology. This is not adjusted, but as you can see, it is roughly equal to the 25 to 29 age group, and absolutely better than anything over the age 30, as you can see.
Yeah, so this is like the dishonesty of Mike Jones and other liberals who will point to like the slightly increased risk. By the way, I hear my own voice. Is the volume like you're not wearing headphones? I guess.
I am wearing headphones. How about now? Right now? Can you
Okay,
hear
it should be
yourself?
better.
Oh, I guess I was standing too close to the mic with my headphones.
Okay, so yeah, the dishonesty of this kind of tactic of looking at statistics, and they'll say, 28% higher. This shows that this is something unacceptable and it's immoral. This is pathological.
While they completely ignore this higher
what Mike
age
Jones
group.
said. What Mike Jones said in the debate is when I pointed out the higher mortality for older women as well, for all of the risk factors that he mentioned. He said, "Oh, well, you have to consult with a doctor." So when it comes to the higher risk factors for these older groups, because it's acceptable according to liberal values, he'll just say, "Well, it's not ideal, but it's still within an acceptable range." Yeah. But when he points to the statistics of that contradict or that support like a liberal ban on minor marriage or sexual activity for that age group, then he'll say that, oh, well, this is pathological. This needs to be banned. We need laws against this. How is that consistent? This is just a manipulation of statistics and a manipulation
it is not consistent.
Because there are so many different factors that you can look at.
Yes, most importantly, like I said, even with this graph, this is not adjusted for anything. Even with this graph, this is not adjusted for anything. When you adjust for the first pregnancy being very high risk for girls with naturally small pelvis size even as adults, even at 25, 30, some girls have small pelvises. So even when it's not adjusted for that, you can see the risk is negligible compared to 25, 29 group. But
Or 30
we
to
have
34
some,
or 34
yeah,
to 39.
it just shoots up. This is what they call the J-shaped curve, and this is widely replicated. There are other papers replicating this for 144 countries. There are other papers replicating this exact same curve for 97% of the world's population. So this seems to be a widely replicated, unadjusted graph. And the authors, continue, J-shaped curve evident. Now they mention here the literature on maternal mortality as well as advocacy efforts has often stressed excessive risk among adolescent women. And they cite the common assertions. They say, however, our extensive review of the literature found very limited empirical support for the excessive risk of this magnitude among women aged 15 to 19. Because their data did not have under 15 age group, they were not able to run a proper analysis on that one, I believe. And then they say in one compilation of 13 data sets, the maternal mortality ratio between age 15 to 19 and 20 to 24 was actually equal or below 1.0 in 6 sets. So in 6 sets of data, the teenagers actually had better outcomes. And below 1.26 in 6 sets and 1.5 in one data set. So the science is far from, the science does not support that 5 times claim in countrywide high quality data. They say, overall in these data, the risk of death per birth for women aged 15 to 19 is just 28% higher. Unadjusted, 28% higher. The highest maternal mortality rate comes at age 30 to 34.
Nope, we better ban, marriage at 30 to 34.
Yeah, once they hit the age 30, they have to be divorced.
Yeah, and once you're age 30, you have to get divorced.
You cannot stay with your husband anymore.
Yeah.
Too risky, the liberals say.
You just have to fornicate, but make sure you use protection.
Yeah, so that's because he couldn't say that, he tried to bring up a whole other point. He said, well, consent. He said, 40-year-old women can consent to the high risks.
Yeah.
And just a completely separate point. Well, if the teenager cannot consent to the high risks, maybe we should ask for someone who can consent for them, but that is also unacceptable for him.
No, but they can consent to fornicate. Like, that's the contradiction.
Apparently,
they can consent to go to prom and get railed by the football team. Like, they can consent to all of that. They can consent to all of that. So if there's such a risk factor, why are there no laws on the books that will prevent that or punish that kind of behavior? Christians have no answer to that, or at least these liberal Christians don't. Because the risk factor is there. If you say that, no, we have to teach teenagers how to practice safe sex. I mean, this is the liberal response.
Yeah.
We have to teach teenagers how to practice safe sex. We have to give them condoms so that they can fornicate without pregnancy. Okay, I mean, why didn't the UN go to all of these countries that it's trying to regulate and tell them, rather than saying, okay, no more child marriage, no more minor marriage, you have to be 18 years of age, why didn't they just say, okay, fine, you have this practice of minor marriage, just practice safe sex? Just be judicious in when you get pregnant, for example, to account for the risk factor. Or here are our condoms. Why didn't they take that kind of approach? That would be consistent across, the different types of sex inside marriage or outside of marriage that is happening throughout society and throughout cultures. So it's just logically inconsistent, whether we're talking about the UN or we're talking about Mike Jones.
Yeah. And so the authors here have, they are trying to be, diplomatic about it, but they're basically, Blanc is basically saying that 5 times figure, the 2 times figures are bullshit, and have been somewhat overstated, they say.
Right.
And here,
So did you happen to contact this author?
no, not this one, but that's coming up later.
Okay.
As a last point of interest in this paper, she says we attempted to use the DHS data to estimate parity-specific maternal mortality. So they did want to stratify the maternal mortality by parity status, but they obtained implausible results at parity 0 and 1 because of possible confusion in the survey wording. So it's confusion of pyramid-parity, nulliparity, first time giving birth, 0 times given birth, that kind of stuff. They did not have good data, so they wanted to, but they could not stratify these results further to control for parity status, to control for the times the girl has given birth. But again, this is widely replicated J-shaped curve of maternal mortality starting from age 15 to ages 50. Now, we will see we have actually seen the same curve somewhere else. In the now legendary Washington paper,
Yeah.
that same curve appears right here. That same curve is evident here.
Right.
So because this is an area with very high quality healthcare, the curve is a little depressed. But even with the depressed curve, you can see the J shape taking hold in the data when unadjusted for anything. My point was, even this J-shaped curve, which is not, making any kind of point against the marriage of teenagers, even this J-shaped curve is not fully accurate, because when you actually control it for for a wide range of confounders, you get a flat line going from age 15 to until age 30, when the risk begins to maybe increase a little.
Yeah.
So this is the legendary Washington paper, and our opponent had a lot to say about it. We have just reached the 2-hour mark. Should we give him a chance to voice his concerns about this?
We can play it. Yeah, go ahead and play it.
All right, let's do this quickly. I don't want to keep everyone here all day.
But we can't see it now,
Present.
so.
Let me see if I can share it.
Okay, we got it.
All right.
The train line app.
Ah! Apologies for all the ads. Oh man, I'm getting it with these double ads. All right.
Yeah, so this
about
one,
Oh.
chart.
sure. Yeah, so this
about
one,
Okay, here we go, guys. We're about to reach direct deception. Get ready. This is big. Get ready for this.
Eternal
this is
morbidity.
big,
I don't know if
folks.
people can see that.
Can they see it?
Yep.
I'm going to let it play out for a good 4 minutes, and then I'm going to respond, and we're going to go through where they got this study, where they got these charts from. They're not going to show you the study, but I will.
so yeah, when the UN claims,
Oh.
children under 15 children under 19 are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth, they are, if we are being charitable to the UN, they are probably using countrywide mortality data, maternal childbirth mortality data by age group. This is raw numbers. This is just comparing raw numbers. It is not statistics. It is not controlling for any variables. And almost always that 5 times figure is from African countries. They cite Mali. They cite,
In this case, it turned out to be from Bangladesh with zero healthcare.
countries like that. But this study that Daniel has on the screen right now, this is from the U.S. state of Washington, one of the whitest, most privileged. This in 2000.
15 to
I'm
19.
just skipping through.
2013.
Okay, real quick. Notice what is on the screen. 15 to 19, 20 to 24. What was the original claim in the reports? To go back to the studies I cited. Girls under 15, girls under 16. Notice now the shift. This is a bait and switch. Notice now we're only talking about girls over 15. That's important because, again, it's irrelevant. But this is
How's it irrelevant?
It is not irrelevant. He spent a lot of time talking about the risk in girls aged 15 to 19 in Mali and Togo. He had full slides talking about the risk of 15 to 19. So this is a partial refutation of some of his claims that he had presented.
It also makes no sense from purely his perspective, because if he's saying that, oh, I'm only, looking at under 15 age group, but your whole argument, like the whole position that you introduced in your introductory statement, is that anything under 18, marriage under 18 is unacceptable, is immoral. So by your own statement, you didn't cover the 15 to 18 age group. You didn't provide any, like if we took him at his word here, that he didn't provide anything or that we weren't conversant with his actual data under the 15 age group. Okay, fine. But that means you didn't defend the position that's unacceptable to get married between the 15 and 18 age group, which you were arguing for in the debate.
And we actually did analyze the source of his medical harm claims between the ages 10 and 15 in that Bangladesh paper. We actually went to his original source and showed that the study was done in a very poor environment with very little numbers of deaths and did not have enough statistical power to actually show anything decent. So the burden of proof is on him to prove to us that girls under the age of 15 are at higher risk of mortality, because we just went through the UN claims, we just went through the paper, showed that it is not reliable, it is not controlled, it is not, but even when it was stratified, seemed to be in our favor, if anything. So it's up to Michael Jones to prove to us.
I mean, he might be able to prove that there's a higher risk, because even the paper that you cited gave that 28% increase in risk.
That's 15 to 19, but
that's 15 to 19,
and also unadjusted. So that's not purely because of age. The narrow pelvis, the pyramid risks were not accounted for in that one.
Right.
So
but let's just say that you find something like you find some kind of paper that shows a higher risk for the under 15 age group. The point is, like, where we can acknowledge that there might be a higher risk. We said that in the first review. Like, there might be an ideal age with the least risk at between age 20 to 25. That might be the case. That's possible. Like, we keep acknowledging that, but he still doesn't seem to get it. Like, he still wants to say that, oh, see, I found a higher risk factor at this age group. But that's just a straw man, because we're acknowledging that possibility. But is it a higher risk that would just should be considered pathological, that we should consider that, oh yeah, then definitely this is something way too dangerous, this is way too risky? There's nothing that shows that. That's the burden of proof that he has to meet, and not only that, he has to also show how that increased risk for the under 15 or the under 19 age group is not even more risky for the over 30, over 35. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of logical problem that he faces. That's the evidentiary gap that he faces, but he's not conversant with these kinds of objections that we're bringing up against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the Bangladesh study, the girls, the teenagers who survived the first childbirth had 3 out of 1,000 mortality rates. So that's 0.3 with zero health care.
0.3%. So less
0.3%.
than half a percent.
So there's a 99.7% that they will survive.
Yeah, but that's too much for Mike.
No, unacceptable for him. No.
Unacceptable. We have to consider this a dangerous pathology, like for minor marriages, completely medically unacceptable. This is
what he's doing.
Joke.
Yeah.
13. This
because again, it's irrelevant. But this is what he's doing.
He's claiming it's irrelevant. We are directly debunking his claims of harm between ages 15 to 19. It is up to him to demonstrate to us any harm he claims, any massive harm worse than anything that women over 30 experience. But let's keep going.
13. This is every single childbirth in Washington State for a 10-year period. Actually, 11 of 28 sites. This verse events, the age group figure, obvious.
Wait, he's the one you're forwarding it, right?
Status.
I'm forwarding it because it's just,
Those are just your statements.
me explaining the thing. We are at we just passed the 2-hour mark. I don't want to take too much
Smoking,
time.
alcohol intake.
I'm just forwarding through.
So this is not
my
adjusted
part.
for any of these. A lot of things could be
I mean, I can explain again in when I go over the paper.
confounding. Other graph. The
You just have to make it larger so people.
adjusted large for this is a authors giving
Said it's perfect.
birth in early 30s or it is basically equal to the authors reported that
Under 35, it's like a negligible difference in morbidity and adverse outcomes.
yeah, so that's exactly what the authors report. The authors reported that childbirth between ages 15 and 19 is perfectly fine, and it is basically equal to giving birth in early 30s or late 20s.
Okay, you heard what Abdullah said. He claims the study authors that made this graph say it's perfectly normal. It's perfectly fine for a girl 15 to 19 to have a child.
So he is going to keep going at this point. So that's why I wanted to play this part.
Notice they don't put the study on the screen. They don't even say the title.
Oh, they hide the study.
Funny. Why wouldn't you say the title of the study if you want the study out?
Oh, we were hiding
It took
it.
me a
We were
while to
hiding
find
it.
this because
I
had to
tweeted
search
it. It's
for
like in the video
keywords
description.
and things they say about it.
Right in the
But I
video
found
description.
It doesn't say that. But first of all, remember,
Let's scroll down. Link to the debate. No, link to their stream. Let's open the link to their stream. Are you seeing the tab right now?
Yeah, I see it.
Let's find our hidden study. Major papers cited in this review.
There it is. We hit it
Here
so
it is.
well. And I tweeted it. I tweeted it out right after the stream as well. I said, this is this paper that we cited, this Washington study. Here it is. So,
Well, there was one person in the live chat, someone called John Doe, who the moment we put up the graph, he started freaking out and asking, "Oh, do you guys know where the study is? I missed the name. Did anyone catch the name? Can you guys ask? Can someone ask what the study is?" Oh man, so he actually reverse image searched the graph we posted, couldn't find it that way, and he went, he went asking people, having a whole fit about this.
yeah.
And then
So we don't know if John Doe is actually Mike Jones, but it's interesting.
yeah, there was an interesting character with name John Doe. So John Doe is, for viewers who might not be aware, John Doe is a name used in American hospitals for people who come in without a known name.
Right.
So if the patient doesn't have an ID card on him and he's unconscious, he might be admitted to the hospital under the name John Doe. It's like an anonymous kind of name that's used.
Right.
So that was the name he chose to go with. Or someone chose to go with. And interestingly, a couple of hours after our stream, this inspiring philosophy, Mike started tweeting, I finally found it. So,
Yeah. Convenient.
interesting. I don't know.
the claim was a girl under 15 is 5 times more likely to die in childbirth. This study's only looking at 15, so it's irrelevant to the point. This doesn't address my main point. But let's just pull up the study and go through it, because I'm going to show you how they're being intentionally deceptive. Okay, They know what the study says. They have to know what the study says because they pulled those charts from it. I don't know. They cannot just be ignorant. They've got to be basically telling you things that are just not factually correct about this. So this is PMD. Let me get this one up here. There it is. Okay, here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Maternal age and severe maternal morbidity, a population-based retrospective cohort study. How do I know this is their study? Well, I will scroll down here and show you, because there are the charts. They pulled these charts from the study. They didn't want to show you what the study actually says. Do they say it is perfectly normal to have children 15 to 19? There's no adverse health outcomes. No, let's just read from it directly. I'm going to go through it from the beginning. I'll go through all my highlights. Severe maternal morbidity was significantly higher among teenage mothers than among those. The elevated risk for severe morbidity among teen mothers disappeared after adjustment confounders, except for maternal sepsis. Similar associations were observed for fetal and infant outcomes. Neonatal mortality was elevated in teen mothers.
So note that he is skipping large portions.
So they know, yes, when you adjust for the ratios, a lot of the problems that result from girls 15 to 19 decrease, thanks to modern technology, Western medicine, the things that apparently Daniel hates, which we'll get to in a minute. But you can't eat with all the medical technology out there. You still can't get rid of all the risk factors.
So this is a statement that I wanted to talk about a little bit. He said, yes, when you adjust for all the ratios, a lot of the problems that result from girls 15 to 19 decrease thanks to modern technology, Western medicine. He seems to suggest that the study is adjusting for modern technology and Western medicine. What do you think about that, Daniel? So he's thinking, so that's difference between the blue graph and the orange graph we showed. He thinks that's because that's thanks to Western medicine. And then he says, even with all the medical technology out there, you still can't get rid of all the risk factors.
Right.
That's not what a risk factor is. I think he means adverse outcomes, bad outcomes. He's using the term adjust wrong. He's using the term risk factor wrong here.
And confounders.
And does he understand confounders? I'm not too sure. Like later in his stream, there is one indication that he might understand confounders. And then right here, right now, he thinks that the better outcomes when adjusted for multiple demographic factors and parity, he thinks that was because of Western medicine. Meanwhile, every single patient, every single birth, every single mother in this study was in the approximately the same quality of hospital in the Washington state. So right. He seems to fundamentally misunderstand the concept of confounders or adjustment.
You still can't get rid of them all. Let's scroll down here. So we studied live birth and stillbirth of mothers 15 to 60. So again, not below 15 to 60. They looked at over 800,000, like Abdullah said there, elevated risk for teen mothers. Again, after adjustments, the exception was the rate of maternal sepsis, which was highest among teen mothers. It declined with maternal age. So again,
you see he's just blowing through the... this is the first time that he ever reads results. This is the first time that he ever reads results on a live stream. And as you can see, he's just blowing through. He is skipping large sections of the paragraphs.
Among teen mothers, it declined with maternal age.
And right here he says, even after adjustments, an exception was maternal sepsis. So he misunderstands the point of this sentence. This is not after adjustments. I'll get to that in a minute.
So again, there still is an elevated risk. Okay, the rate of composite outcome of maternal death and severe morbidity was 2.1% among teen mothers, 1.5% among those aged 25 to 29, and 3.6% among mothers 44 years of age and older. However, teen mothers were at elevated risk of sepsis.
That's an interesting sentence. However, teen mothers were under elevated risk of sepsis. Why would a sentence start with however? Because there's a whole paragraph before that sentence right here. If our audience can see. He seems to start where he wants to start.
Years of age and older. However, teen mothers were at elevated risk of sepsis. Here's their charts. The absolute rate of fetal and neonatal death and morbidity were elevated among teen mothers, and neonatal death remained higher after adjustments for demographics and pre-pregnancy factors, while the rate of NICU admission was significantly lower among teen mothers after adjustments. So again, this is what it says, ladies and gentlemen. They're not telling you the full facts. They're saying, yes, after elevations, a lot of the risk for teen mothers after 15 goes down. Not under 15. They didn't even look at that. But you still have elevated risk for sepsis, neonatal death, these kinds of things, as the study directly shows.
Wow, he's absolutely
So
destroying us.
Oh man, we have been destroyed. We have been refuted.
He
Notice
found
that
the study. We tried so hard to hide it. Because this is what we were worried about. We were worried about getting exposed.
he got
like
us.
this.
He got us good, man. We
Yeah.
gotta shut down the channel.
Yeah,
You know?
this is just complete destruction.
Yeah. So if you have noticed, he does not address any of the graphs. He just scrolls through them, and even like within the text, there are numbers. There are ratios, adjusted odds ratios, confidence intervals. Just completely blows past them.
Makes sense. They don't want to show you what the actual paper says because they're hiding to you what it actually
Hiding
says.
it.
This is deliberate deception.
Deliberate.
And again,
yeah.
what is the goal? To try to convince men around the world it's okay to marry and impregnate girls that are 15.
Oh.
That's your goal, and you're deliberately lying about what the
Convince
paper says to get there.
people that have
Guys,
been
this
doing
is
it.
pure evil at this point.
Pure
There
evil.
is paper says
Daniel,
to
we are
get
pure
there.
evil.
Yeah.
Guys, this is pure evil. At this
Oh.
point. There is elevated
evil.
risk, and again, they didn't even respond to my claim because the claim.
So he says there is elevated risk. Well, how much is the elevated risk, Mike? Please tell us.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't seem to be able to tell us what the elevated risk is. Instead, he just plays a video of you from like last year saying, making some points about technological development and, pro-technology, anti-technology debate.
Mm-hmm.
And then he takes that and then he says, oh, you see, Daniel doesn't like technology and modern medicine. Therefore, he cannot argue for modern medicine. Well,
Right.
First of all, I am the one arguing for modern medicine. So are you trying to refute me by something Daniel has said last year? Secondly, that's an extended discussion that Daniel and I can have later, or you and Daniel could have later, but
It doesn't
he's just
matter. Like the modern
pulling-
technology, the thing is that the modern technology point doesn't really affect the risk factors because everyone
within
is
this study. Yeah.
within this study because everyone has access to the same technology. So if you
Yeah,
take
and-
away the modern technology, then the mortality rates or the risk factor rates go up for everyone, for all the age groups by a certain amount. So this is not like a gotcha or like some kind of really significant point. Like without technology, the mortality rate for mothers in their 20s would also go up without that technology. So it's like he's not conversant with this kind of basic statistical point.
No, he's just trying to score a point saying, look, Daniel doesn't like technology, therefore he is wrong.
Yeah.
It's just a weak point that he tries to make. But since we let the gentleman go through the paper, let us go through the paper and
Let's
go through
see,
the paper and
what
read it.
He didn't
Yeah.
quote and he didn't show any of the actual numbers.
Yes, so let's see what the deal is right now. This is a 2017 paper, Maternal Age and Severe Maternal Morbidity, Population-Based Retrospective Cohort Study. And, I would have gone through the whole paper in the last stream if we had time. I mean, even now we are about to approach 3-hour mark. But yeah.
But you read the title, so we're not hiding. We're not deliberately deceiving
No,
people.
like the last time, if we had an option to go up to 8 hours, I would have kept going.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah. So
Break it down.
here, yes, sir. And here we mark the portions that he reads in yellow. The yellow highlights is what he highlighted and what he reads, and the blue is what he seems to skip. So the blue ones, those are my highlights to complement his highlights.
Great.
So he starts from the abstract. He says, severe maternal morbidity was significantly higher among teenage mothers than among those 25 to 29. Skips. He doesn't, so these are the crude odds ratios, so these are not adjusted, but he reads this, skips. The elevated risk of severe morbidity among teen mothers disappeared after adjustment for confounders, except for maternal sepsis, he says. He skips the fact that maternal morbidity was exponentially increased with maternal age over 39.
Yeah, that would
And
destroy his whole argument.
Yeah, and then for maternal sepsis, he says, except for maternal sepsis. So it says, the elevated risk of severe morbidity among teen mothers disappeared after adjustment for confounders, except for maternal sepsis. Adjusted rates of severe morbidity remained increased among mothers over 35 years of age, namely amniotic fluid embolism, obstetric shock, and so on.
So even without adjustment for confounders, there was still severe morbidity for those over 35.
Over 30, 35.
So he didn't read that.
And then when they did adjust, the rates remained increased.
For the teen mothers, because it disappeared, except for sepsis.
Except for one thing, maternal sepsis. So he skips this because it doesn't sound good. Like we said,
it doesn't just not sound good. It also destroys his entire argument.
Yeah. So like we said, he accuses us of cherry picking when we are making substantive arguments against the quality of his papers. That's cherry picking. But when he reads this sentence halfway through and stops reading after the comma, it's not cherry picking.
Yeah. So similar associations were observed for fetal and infant outcomes. Neonatal mortality was elevated in teen mothers. Dun dun dun. Stops reading, but then read the rest of the
sentence. When you read the rest, while mothers over 29 years had higher risk of stillbirth.
Oh, okay.
He didn't think that was significant.
Yeah.
Let's stop reading right here, folks. So remember, he is doing this. I apologize for all the truck noises.
Are you at a bus stop?
No,
doing the live stream at a bus stop.
I think it's the school buses.
They're taking all the children to school.
I guess. Or back from school. But yeah, so this is when he is accusing us of dishonesty. When he is, selectively quoting sentences, stopping reading halfway through, and then accusing us of dishonesty.
Cherry picking and deception.
Yeah. So let me continue with a quick overview of the article for our viewers. If I get too technical, please stop me. People in the comments, if you are confused, please let me know if you need me to clarify any point. I don't want to bore you guys to death.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, so the author's summary. There's an interesting point here. Why was this study done? This study was done because the authors wanted to look at morbidity and mortality rates at high maternal ages, like late pregnancies, 30s, 40s, 45 years of age. That's what they were interested in. They said it is not known whether older women are also at higher risk of severe maternal morbidity. And here it says research on adverse birth outcomes. It's mostly focused on fetal outcomes, not the maternal outcomes. So this study was not even looking for the adverse outcomes in teens. They just included the 15 to 19 age group because it is a commonly used categorization scheme in these kind of studies. So right here they explain this in the methods section. They say, they studied all singleton births, all singleton live births and stillbirths to mothers aged 15 to 60 in Washington State for like an 11-year period. They used these categories: 15 to 19, 20 to 24, 25 to 29, 30, 34, 35, 39, 40, 44, and above 45 years of age. Then they figured they could split this above 45 into two, so they added a 45 to 49 category and then a above 50 category.
Right.
They say this categorization is commonly used in the literature. That's why they chose this. The authors were, first, the authors were not investigating outcomes in teens. It's just that conveniently, this number was also commonly reported, and in scientific literature, you try to report your findings the same way as most other papers in that same area, so that the results can be compared easily.
Right.
This is like a practice that's very common, and they cut out the under 15 age group right here. They say because they don't have high quality data regarding if there's child abuse, low socioeconomic status, distinct problems with that age group. So they decided to just cut it out, the authors. I personally would have enjoyed if we had that data as well, because it exists. You can see from their numbers, there's like tens of thousands of births in that age group. So the numbers exist, and it would have been interesting to take a look at that also. But they did not, and there's not much we can do about it at this point.
Okay, so let's move on. What else?
Yeah. Let's move on. Results. So about close to 1 million births and 828,000 births were included in the study. And about 35,000 births were either under 15 or over 60, so most likely under 15. So they cut out these 35,000. I wish we had that available, but maybe a later study can show that. And hold on. And this is where our esteemed scientific opponent starts reading. With elevated rates among teenage mothers, an exception was the rate of maternal sepsis, highest among teen mothers. He says maternal sepsis an exception, even after adjustment was an exception. So this paragraph is talking before the adjustments. This is talking about before any adjustments, the maternal sepsis is not following the usual J-shaped pattern. That J-shaped pattern we saw in many other studies, in this one also, this pattern,
Yep.
Most of the complications follow this pattern, except the maternal sepsis in this paper. And I can get to that later. There are interesting things about that. So he fundamentally misunderstands this sentence, but it sounds good to him, so just let's highlight it and read it out with lots of emphasis on sepsis. What does he not read here? Most severe maternal morbidity followed a J-shaped association with maternal age with elevated rates among teenage mothers, low rates among mothers 20 to 34 years of age, and a sharp increase among mothers over 39 years of age. But he just picks out this portion, the elevated rates.
Right.
So this is referring to that J-shape blue graph that we saw earlier. This is what it's describing.
Yep.
But like I said, Mike does not seem to read any of the numbers. He does not seem to look at any of the graphs. He does not actually look at the data sections of the article. He can only read the narrative, it seems like. So without statistical education, it is, I guess that's all he can do.
Okay, well, show us where he's wrong,
Yeah.
where he's mistaken. We have to speed up a little bit because we're getting close to 3 hours.
All right. And then right here, he says, an exception was maternal sepsis, highest among teen mothers, and declined with maternal age. He skips this sentence. Some severe morbid conditions had the lowest rate among teenage mothers, with the rate increasing with maternal age. For example, obstetric embolism, amniotic fluid embolism, acute cardiac morbidity, uterine rupture, and hysterectomies. This is without even any adjustments. He skips this sentence
certain risk
because
factors are the lowest for teen mothers.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's keep going. He reads this one. Rate of composite outcome of maternal death or severe morbidity was 2.1 among teens, 1.5 among 25-29 group, and 3.6 for mothers over 44 years of age. He then continues without commenting on too much on this one. This is basically what we have been saying all along.
Yeah, that's the J curve.
The J curve. Then he jumps to this. However, teen mothers were at elevated risk of sepsis. I told you there's an elevated risk. he doesn't read this part. This is adjusted odds ratio 1.2, so 20% elevated risk. And the confidence interval is 1.1 to 1.4, so this is statistically significant. So this seems to be a real finding, but weak, like a weakly significant. It's a small effect size, basically. Let's go back to the sentence that he completely skips. Teen mothers were not at significantly elevated risk of severe maternal morbidity compared to mothers aged 25 to 29 years after adjustment for maternal demographic and pre-pregnancy factors. Why would he skip this sentence?
Yeah, or even the one before it. The J-shaped association was also evident between maternal age and fetal infant outcomes, except for the rates of large for gestational age and macrosomia, which was lowest among teen mothers. So he skipped that as well.
Why would he skip that too? And then he skips this part. They were significantly less likely to experience cerebrovascular morbidity, acute cardiac morbidity, and complications of obstetric interventions. However, teen mothers were at elevated risk. You guys are evil for this, he says.
Yeah, they're at lower risk for cardiovascular issues, for all of these other
cerebrovascular cardiac morbidities, but
they're elevated for sepsis, so that proves the point.
That proves his point, apparently. And he skips this part also.
We can't use proof. It's evidence for his point. Doesn't prove it, of course.
Yeah. But he somehow proves that we are evil and we want people to go around impregnating something. I don't know what words he
proved
used.
that, yeah.
Yeah, he proved. All right, let's see. He skipped this one also. After adjustment, the odds ratios for most types of severe maternal morbidity remained significantly increased among women over 39 years of age. In particular, threefold higher risk of shock, eightfold increase in amniotic fluid embolism, 3.8% increase, 3.8 times increase in acute cardiac morbidity, 15.9 times renal failure risk. Just completely avoids that part. He fixates on 1.2 times maternal sepsis, allegedly, which is an outlier in the data, which is, just follows a completely different curve than every other piece of data in the study. And then we get to this part, the graphs. So, like I said, I showed these graphs to let you guys contrast it, to let you guys compare it with these unadjusted graphs. So you see this J-shaped curve. Teenagers seem to be under more risk, right?
Right.
Well, no, according to this corrected chart, teenagers seem to have about the same risk as girls in their 20s, at least teenagers like 15 to 19 age group.
Yeah.
They seem to have about the same risk as the optimal age groups. And only when it is not adjusted for times they have been pregnant, the times they have delivered, the number of times they have delivered babies. So if they have ever given birth, that seems to confound a lot of things. This data is also confounded. This blue chart is also confounded by race, socioeconomic status, smoking, drinking, and all kinds of stuff. When you control for higher rates of smoking, higher rates of fornication among this younger group, the chart seems to indicate that the outcomes are comparable, even better in some cases than the 30-34 year age group.
Okay, so let's go to the next point.
Yeah, which he seems not to appreciate. He reads this: the absolute rates of fetal and neonatal death and morbidity were elevated among teen mothers, and the neonatal death rate remained higher after adjustment for demographic and pre-pregnancy factors, while the rate of neonatal ICU admission was significantly lower among teen mothers after adjustment. So he does read this part. Neonatal ICU meaning the babies ended up in the ICU less for teenagers.
Yeah.
So the teenagers were just usually able to wrap up the babies and go home instead of the baby remaining in the incubator for a long time. And here are the graphs that he says, here are the graphs, let's skip. Discussion. which he highlighted in some points but did not read. So what are we hiding? What are we hiding in the graphs? Let's take a look. These are the crude odds ratios and adjusted odds ratios for this study. These are the findings. These are the results of the study. This is the main graph that is being used for all of that text that the authors are using to describe the results to us. And I would like to walk you guys through some of these quickly. Now, when he says higher rates of maternal sepsis, that one is right here. As you can see, this is maternal
1.2.
sepsis, 1.2 times. And the numbers underneath are the confidence interval, which means basically if this number is not 1.0, then it means this is probably a real finding, that this is actually a statistically significant actual result. If the number, like if this range includes 1.0 like this, that's not a significant finding. That could be, like, that doesn't show a difference definitively.
Right.
But if the range does not include 1.0, then it does show a significant difference. And maternal sepsis does. In this case, it is 1.2 times more likely in the youngest age group compared to 20 to 25 years of age. Sorry, 25 to 29 years of age.
Yeah.
So, as you can see, the columns are separated by age groups. This is adjusted odds ratio by maternal age. And these are 15 to 19, 20 to 24. The one age group that's missing from this chart is 25 to 29, because that's the reference group, and that group is set to be always 1.0 in terms of risk.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it's not included. It's always 1.0 all across the board. And then it goes to 30 to 34 years of age and compares their odds of having adverse outcomes with the other groups. And when it says, when it says 4.7 times risk, that's compared to the 25-year-olds, basically. Now, just to help out you guys a little bit more, I color-coded these significant findings. The blue ones are better outcomes, red ones are worse outcomes. And these numbers, I just I put these in myself, the gray highlighted part, just to help you guys see the age groups when we scroll down. So here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what they're hiding. Maternal sepsis, 1.2 times. Sure. What he doesn't mention is 70% less risk of cerebrovascular morbidity, meaning strokes. So the teenage age group, the 15 to 19 age group, has 70% less risk of stroke during delivery compared to the 20s age group. All acute cardiac morbidity, 50% less chances of having cardiac issues during delivery compared to even the 20s age group.
But are these statistically significant? Because
Yes,
those are they? Like what you said before is that if they're 1 or over, they're statistically
so
significant.
If the confidence interval is not 1.0, then it is very likely a significant result. So this one, for example, for the cardiac events, the confidence interval is 0.3 and 0.9. So just to get a little bit more technical, what confidence interval means is if the authors kept running this study on, the same sample size, the same sample group, if they kept running the study, 95% of the time the result would be somewhere between these two values.
Okay.
That's
Has
what
to be between the values, yeah.
Yeah, so, and 0.5 is about halfway point between 3 and 9. And this is the value that they found from this study. If you, for example, if you run the same study again in Washington State with another 1 million births from another period, they're saying you would most likely find it close to, somewhere between these values again. Sure. So that's why they can confidently say that
it's a real result.
when they adjust for all the other factors, girls this age have 50% less chance of having heart attacks or any other cardiac problems during delivery compared to even the
It looks like
girls in their 20s.
it looks like most of the numbers are lower for the 15 to 19 age group.
Yeah, most of the numbers are lower, but these are just not entirely statistically significant. For this one, for example, respiratory morbidity, so lung issues, it was very close to significance, but not quite. So 0.5 to 1.0 range, because the 1.0 is here. So there's some chance that if they run the study again, they might find exactly 1.0 times risk. So that's why it is not considered significant. But I agree. I mean, this if they run another study, a better study, they might find 0.6 to 0.7 confidence interval, which would make this result statistically very significant. So this is basically how the statistics work on this paper for adjusted odds ratios. But of course, Mike doesn't have a formal education, and he's not, I mean, it's okay not to have a formal education, but he doesn't seem to be self-taught either. He doesn't seem to have, taken courses on this on his own initiative. So he just decides to skip this and read the text, and only reads the text where it's in his favor, where he likes it.
Yeah.
He stops reading the text the moment it says something he doesn't like. And
anything else from the chart?
Yeah, the complications of operative interventions are less for girls, 15 to 19, and increasingly higher for the older age groups, 1.3 times, 1.7 times, 1.6, 4.7. So he conveniently skips over all of these massive risks in 35 years of age, 40 years of age. I mean, even at 30 years, girls have twice the risk of cardiomyopathy, having, permanent cardiac damage during the childbirth. And he skips all of this parts, fixates on this one outcome. So what the authors...
This completely destroys everything that he said in his stream.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Yeah, and this is what the authors are reporting when they say no, what do they say? Let me read straight from this. This is what the authors mean when they say teen mothers were not at significantly elevated risk of severe maternal morbidity. This is what they meant right here. So, because this study had very little deaths, the authors were not able to run statistics based on deaths. If we go back to the that chart, there were like how many? Like in the teenage age group, in the 15 to 19 age group, there were 4 deaths in total. So out of 62,000 births, only 4 girls died. And this is what Mike Jones wants you to think is a death sentence. No. 4 out of 62,000. And the other age groups are not much higher either. 12, 16, 7, 2. So these numbers are too small to run any kind of statistics. But this is a massive patient population of 1 million. The authors were not able to run statistics based on death. And they acknowledge this as a weakness of their study, as a limitation of their study. So what they did instead was they combined all the bad outcomes possible during childbirth, like the respiratory issues, sepsis, and blood loss, renal failure, all of them. They combined all of them and made up a combined measure, combined severe morbidity measure to look at the outcomes. And this is what they are reporting in this paper. And here it is, the adjusted odds ratios for maternal death and severe morbidity combined outcome. So as you can see, in the 15 to 19 age group, the risk of a bad outcome is 1.1, but The confidence interval includes 1.0, so this is not significantly different from the reference group. The reference group being 25 to 29. So relying on this, they said teenagers are not at significantly elevated risk of severe maternal morbidity compared to mothers aged 25 to 29. And you can see the exact same thing for 30 to 34 age group. It's the exact same adjusted odds ratio, exact same confidence intervals. So what this study shows is between the ages 15 all the way to 34, the adverse outcomes are comparable. They are not too different from each other. However, once you get to the 35, 39 age group, the bad outcomes start rising. And no amount of adjustment makes these bad outcomes go away. Like 16 times risk of renal failure, 8 times risk of amniotic fluid embolism, which is a devastating outcome. It's a devastating complication of birth, basically. Like 5 times risk of cardiomyopathy, 4.7. These are insane numbers. But he chooses to fixate on 1.2, which did not affect the death rates, which did not make a big difference, when you look at the overall outcomes.
It just gets worse and worse for his case.
Yeah, because girls were, much more, the teenage girls were at much lower risk for many other things. So in the end, they did not have significantly elevated risk of bad outcomes. And the one outlier is maternal sepsis. And let me show you the graph right here. It's on a different page, so I will have to switch this. All right, can everyone see this?
No, there's nothing.
How about now?
No, you have to reshare. It's just a blur. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
now we see it. We saw it
it's good
before.
now?
No, it's bad now. Before, now it's good. Now it's good.
All right. So this is from the supplemental data that they sent. This is one of the supplemental graphs. Everything follows a J-shaped curve except maternal sepsis, which follows this weird curve. However, when you look at, and this is something I noticed while I was rereading the paper, when you look at the rates of C-sections, the authors did not specifically report this, but you can calculate it yourself from the charts. When you calculate the rates of C-sections, it tracks very similarly to the maternal sepsis rates. So this is vaginal births. The teenage group had the highest rates of normal vaginal births and the lowest rates of C-section, meaning the babies got stuck significantly less in the teenage group. And here's an important thing. During C-section, every girl always gets a massive dose of antibiotics. This means that teenage girls in this study got the least amount of antibiotics, while the older women, like when you get to the above 45 age group, 47% of women get C-sections in that age group. So 47% of the oldest women got antibiotics, while only 18% of the teenagers got C-sections, antibiotics. So this is a massive confounding factor that was not accounted for in the study. I checked
Well, explain
carefully.
to people what sepsis is and how antibiotics is relevant.
Sorry, I got carried away. Sepsis basically means infection of the bloodstream, a significant infection. That's what sepsis is. It is usually recognized easily in the hospital, and it is treated very routinely with antibiotics. We just gave a couple of days of antibiotics, make sure it is gone, make sure there's no more infection in the blood, and then we let the girl go home. And it's not a death sentence or massive thing like Mike Jones claims, but when you look at this data, when you adjust it for C-sections and antibiotics that are routinely given, it seems like this is an additional confounding factor that the authors have not recognized. And 2 days ago, I actually called the main author of the paper and I asked if they had considered antibiotics during C-section to be a confounding factor for maternal sepsis, because this is an outlier. This chart is not replicated for any other risk factor, for any other adverse outcome. So I asked the author, could this be caused by the more antibiotics being given to older patients? And she was initially surprised because this is a paper she published 6 years ago. But we spent a couple of minutes flipping through the pages and reading through the study, and the author actually agreed with me. She says, yeah, I mean, this is just a private correspondence between me and the author. But
how do we know you're not making that up?
You can't. You really can't. But I'm saying, so this is potentially significant confounder that was not considered in the study. So just because something is written on the scientific journal doesn't mean it's automatically true. There are still more investigations that can be done.
Truth. It might not be the whole truth. It might be a partial truth that requires other context.
Yeah. So, and she actually asked me to, get in touch with her so we can further investigate this sepsis, C-section, antibiotics angle that they had not considered 6 years ago. So maybe I will look into that later. I don't know. But for our purposes here, there are still confounding factors that could affect maternal sepsis.
Yeah.
And brother, I need to take a quick break, if you don't mind. If you could give me 5 minutes.
Do you have anything else to present, or should we get into the attraction studies?
Let me take a quick look. Oh, and let me just mention this quick point that because he kept harping on it. Neonatal death, infant deaths. He fixates on this point as well and skips the stillbirths. He says teenage mothers had increased risk of neonatal death. This is 1.5 times risk. And the authors classified baby deaths into two separate parts. If the baby comes out dead, that's a stillbirth. That's classified as fetal death here. If the baby comes out alive but dies in the next 28 days, that's neonatal death. And when you combine these two measures, they called it perinatal death. This is just the combination of stillbirths and baby deaths. Perinatal death. This is the main outcome. So even though teenagers had 1.5 times risk for neonatal death, they had no increase in the risk of stillbirths. Meanwhile, in the above 30 age group, they had increased risk of stillbirths, but no increased risk of neonatal death until the age 40. So when you look at the whole thing, when you look at the whole outcome, the perinatal death of the baby being, ending up dead at 1 month, you can see that this is not statistically significant because the odds ratio is 1.0. However, above the age 30, it became increasingly significant.
Right.
And hold on, I just have to get the door.
Yeah, so once we're finished looking at this study, inshallah, we're going to go into a few more studies just to make sure we do our due diligence on this issue of attraction to teenagers, basically, and what the psychological studies say about attraction to pubescent minors. So I'm going to present, I think, 6 studies here, just so that we can get clarity on this issue, because Mike Jones also raised a problem like with the claims that we're making about adult male attraction to pubescent females. So we want to just look at what the scientific literature has to say about that topic. Obviously, it's very controversial. We did touch on it in the debate, but still, I don't think we've presented a full picture for people to recognize that this is a very robust, a robust and normal, natural thing for adult males to be attracted to pubescent females, which means females that have began the process of puberty. They are in the process of completing it. They've just completed it. It corresponds to different stages within the Tanner stages of puberty. This is called hebephilia. This is the name that is given to it in psychology. And there's a huge, long debate on whether hebephilia is something that is dysfunctional or pathological. And ultimately, after the debate had taken place over the past 10 years, the APA decided not to, or not the APA, but the overall consensus within the study of psychology was that this is not pathological. That adult men being attracted to pubescent minors, teenagers, this is not like a disorder. This is not a pathological type of paraphilia or paraphilic disorder, as it's technically called. So we'll look at the papers that discuss this in a second. So go ahead. Let's finish.
I don't have too much I don't have too much left. Like I was saying, when you look at the overall numbers, the teenagers in this group did not have increased risk of increased risk of perinatal death, which is infant mortality. But above the age of 30, there was significantly elevated risk of infant mortality when you combine the stillbirths and the neonatal deaths. And after the age 30, this becomes statistically significant, and the risk just keeps increasing over the age groups. Now, why is this 1.2 not significant? Because the confidence interval includes 1.0. So this, just in this study, just based on this data set, it is not possible to say that this is a significant result. However, this one is a significant result. And then, as you can see here, the babies of teenagers had 10% less chance of ending up in the intensive care unit also. But the older ladies, their babies more frequently ended up in the ICU.
Yep.
And here is the overall outcome, the combined outcome for mothers and the babies by age group. The combined outcome for the teenagers was 1.0 times risk compared to the reference group. And combined outcome for the 34-year-old group was 1.1 times risk compared to the reference group. So there's no increase in risk between these two groups, between these four groups, from age 15 to age 34. After that, however, the risk begins to increase, even when adjusted for everything else. Even when adjusted for poverty and smoking and drinking and fornication, all that stuff. Even then, it keeps increasing. Now, Mike Jones is not able to look into these graphs, this data, so he just decided to cherry pick certain sentences from the text. But we can see that data that I just cited visualized here. This first one, severe maternal morbidity, this is the bad outcomes for the mother. Perinatal mortality morbidity, this is the bad outcomes for the babies. And as you can see, the rates are pretty much equal between teenagers and the reference group, and up to 30 years of age, after which it starts increasing. And Mike Jones said, "Oh, they don't have the under 15. That was my whole point." No, that was not your whole point. You did not argue that marriage was only bad before 15 years of age.
Yeah.
And this actually refutes a large portion of the data that he cited, and this also refutes a lot of the unadjusted studies without regression models.
Right.
And that's the reason we wanted to walk you guys through this study right here. And
Okay, great.
I think this was the last one that I wanted to present. So the floor is all yours, Daniel.
Okay, great. So before getting into adult attraction to pubescent minors or teenagers, just a couple of points that want to make with regard to the UN and the World Health Organization and the nature of their bias, like their extreme left-wing liberal bias, and how all of their claims are suspect, basically, when it comes to this subject or anything that is having to do with gender, for example. So let me just share this. So I read part of this Nature article. Science must respect the dignity and rights of all humans. I pointed out that in creating this guidance, we took as a starting point the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and also we drew on several covenants and conventions of the United Nations. But if you go to the end of the article, this is actually very interesting. They say gender is usually incorrectly conceptualized as a binary, man/woman or feminine/masculine factor. In reality, there is a spectrum of gender identities and expressions defining how individuals identify themselves and express their gender. There is a broad range of gender identities, including but not limited to transgender, genderqueer, gender fluid, non-binary, gender variant, genderless, agender, non-gender, bigender, trans man, trans woman, trans masculine, trans feminine, and cisgender. So nature is going to edit and accept or reject scientific research on the basis of whether it conforms to this understanding of gender identity. For example, gender refers to a set of cultural norms and expectations and not a biologically defined variable. Such norms are not fixed but evolve across time and space. As such, definitions will require frequent revisiting, as the exercise of defining gender and sexuality is under constant flux and evolution as the area of study in itself. So this indicates like this is just leaving the door open for them. Even if something might be seen as acceptable today, in the future, it might be unacceptable. It might be a violation of their guidance. And so they'll have to constantly update because there's this constant flux of definitions and values. Researchers are encouraged to promote equality between men and women in their academic research. So they're telling researchers how to conduct research. It's not about what the evidence shows or what the empirical data indicates. No, science is about maintaining equality or promoting equality between men and women, which by nature should be grounded on the recognition of merit, competences, and creativity, regardless of any other personal attributes or orientation. So, I mean, this is extreme equality that they are trying to push, and claiming that, we're going to modify empirical conclusions on the basis of those values. Sexist, misogynistic, and or anti-LGBTQ plus content is ethically objectionable, regardless of content type, research, review, or opinion. And for research, regardless of whether a research project was reviewed and approved by appropriate ethics specialists, editors may raise with the authors concerns regarding potentially sexist, misogynistic, and or anti-LGBTQ plus assumptions, implications, or speech in their submission, engage external ethics experts to provide input on such issues as part of the peer review process, or request modifications to or correct or otherwise amend post-publication, and in severe cases, refuse publication of or retract post-publication sexist, misogynistic, and or anti-LGBTQ plus content using the guiding criteria 1 through 4 in the section Research on Human Populations above. So even if something has been published in the past, they're going to recommend that it be taken down post-publication as well, if it can be used to support a sexist conclusion, a misogynistic conclusion, or anti-LGBTQ plus. Like they're very clear about what they're doing and about how they editorialize scientific research. So do you think any scientist is or psychologist or sociologist is going to waste time researching a subject that they know will never be accepted for publication because it'll be seen as sexist, or it'll be seen as misogynistic, or it'll be seen as promoting something like minor marriage or promoting something like anti-homosexuality? No, they won't even waste their time. They won't even bother to conduct that research or apply for a research grant in order to do that research. They're worried about their position at the university. They're worried about their status as a respected research scientist. So this is the overt bias and the overt liberal control of what gets published and what is considered scientific. They control what is considered scientific, not on the basis purely of empirical data, but also this overt ideology, this liberal ideology. Now, here's something else I tweeted about. Going to the World Health Organization. According to the World Health Organization, children age 1 to 4 need to learn about sex and how to masturbate. By age 6 to 9, they need to learn about homosexuality, gender identity, and internet porn. But it is a major crisis if someone gets married under age 18. So if you look at this, the Telegraph and many other research or many other news outlets were reporting outrage over World Health Organization advice on sexuality for infants. The guide argues that sexuality education starts from birth. So not even age 1 through 4. That was a mistyping on my part. It's actually age 0 to 4. You need to start educating your infants on sexuality and masturbation. So that's their guidance on sex education, because there's an expectation that children can start fornicating at a very young age, as early as kindergarten, maybe as early as primary school. That's what
check out the link that I just sent you.
Okay, hold on.
It's in the StreamYard chat.
Okay, let me just point out this. Hold on. I don't want to open that because anything related to vaccines is going to get us in trouble, probably. Okay, so then also the World Health Organization, they're talking about this danger and this problem of epidemic of child marriages. More than 140 million girls will marry between 2011 and 2020. So girls, children, they use this kind of language, and then they define it. They say, furthermore, of the 140 million girls who will marry before they are 18, 50 million will be under the age of under the age of 15. Sorry. So that's the big problem: getting married under 18, getting married under 15. But you're teaching infants about sexuality. You're teaching 4-year-olds about masturbation and touching yourself. You can go to the World Health Organization, go to the Telegraph or any of these news outlets that are reporting on this, and they'll show you, they'll give you a link to the actual PDF from the World Health Organization. And there's also videos that the World Health Organization is putting out on how do you teach a kindergartner about touching yourself and about your sexuality, your gender identity, for example. That is 100% kosher, but if you get married under the age of 18, this is child marriage, and it's something that must be stamped out in all societies. So now let's get into this issue of attraction. So this is something that I referred to earlier as hebephilia, which means being attracted to pubescent girls. Pubescent girls who are in the process of puberty, or they've just completed puberty. It can be different age range, because as you know, as we've discussed many times by now, there's not one set age of puberty. There's a range for the puberty process. So there are different papers. Like there was a big debate within the psychological community. The experts were debating whether this is a paraphilia. This is some kind of mental dysfunction for a man who is over 18 to be attracted to a girl who's under 18 and who might be even, in the process of puberty or have just engaged in puberty. This is what they call hebephilia. So there's different studies that talk about this debate. There are many studies. I typically have cited in the past Bruce Rhine's paper. Bruce Rhine's paper on this, which Inspiring Philosophy, Mike Jones has commented on and said, I've misrepresented the study, whatever. So I'm just going to go to other studies now to show the same conclusion that Rhine makes. Others are making as well. So here's an interesting paper that is like a meta overview of the entire debate on hebephilia, a post-mortem dissection by Patrick Singy. It's in the Archives of Sexual Behavior, which is one of the main journals that are used to talk about like sexual disorders or paraphilias, etc. So you can read it yourself, but here's a good introduction. He says, the category of hebephilia denotes an erotic preference for individuals who are in the Tanner stages 2 to 3. The Tanner stages describe the development of puberty from 1, meaning pre-pubertal, to 5, fully mature. They are determined by visible characteristics such as the size of breasts and genitalia or the presence of pubic hair. Due to natural variation, the correspondence between physical characteristics and age can only be approximate, but Tanner stages 2 and 3 roughly correspond to ages 11 through 15. Hebephilia thus falls between pedophilia, which is the erotic preference for prepubescent children, and ephebophilia, which was first described by Hirschfeld in 1906 as the non-pathological erotic preference for young people between the ages of 16 and 20. So even in the 16 to 20, which no one considers to be pathological, that Jones is still talking about that range because he says anything under 18 is something that is wrong and immoral, to attraction to a teenager who is between 16 and age 18. But this is going further. Hebephilia is going further to ages 11 through 15. So this is the debate on whether hebephilia is this erotic preference for pubescent minors. Is that actually pathological?
And they mentioned a Hirschfeld, 1906 Hirschfeld. That's an interesting name. Where's that guy from? What kind of background
let's
does he have?
not get into that.
No,
the pathological status.
Can we check early life on that? So
yeah, go check it off screen. So let's not get into that, please, Dr. Abdullah. Please control yourself. Control yourself. The pathological status of hebephilia has been the topic of a heated debate, which is the focus of this article. Hebephilia was proposed in the summer of 2008 for inclusion in the DSM-5, which is like the diagnostic manual for psychological disorders and mental illness, by a team of researchers led by Blanchard et al. In 2009. 4 years later, the Board of Trustees of the American Psychiatric Association, which publishes the DSM, rejected Blanchard's proposal. So Blanchard here is saying that hebephilia, being sexually attracted to pubescent minors, this should be included as a mental illness. But ultimately, it was rejected. And what this Patrick Singy is doing is he's analyzing the whole debate. So he identifies 3 main questions. Does hebephilia exist as a condition, but not necessarily as a disease? Are there people in the world who are predominantly attracted to what Blanchard calls pubescent children? Number 2, is hebephilia a disease? And number 3, what would have been the social consequences of including hebephilia in the DSM as a mental illness? So here are some highlights. Again, I'm not trying to hide anything. You can read the whole paper. The results were that some people have the strongest erections when they're presented with images of children, meaning the people who are pedophiles. Others have the strongest erections when they are presented with images of adults. These are called teleophiles. And finally, some people fall in between. Their erections correlate most strongly with images of what Blanchard calls pubescent children. This last group are the hebephiles. So in the experimentation, they will attach a device to the penis of the subject, and if the subject is aroused, that can be detected. Even a slight arousal can be detected by the researchers, and so this is how this is how all of these sexual studies are conducted. His opponents, meaning the opponents of Blanchard, have conceded that some people have a distinct erotic preference for pubescent children. And in Blanchard's terms, hebephilia exists. So this is definitely something that exists. No one has a doubt that there are a certain proportion of the male population that prefer pubescent minors. In fact, for them, it's precisely because this type of attraction is so common that hebephilia cannot possibly be a disease. Francis and First 2011, Wakefield 2011. So we'll look at Francis in a second. So they're saying this is so common. Like hebephilia is so common, so how can it be considered a paraphilic disorder or a pathology? So it is commonly believed that heterosexuality, homosexuality, and other socially accepted types of sexuality exist, yet they are not or no longer in the DSM. So while Blanchard devoted his intellectual energy to answering the first question, it's the second question that would seem to be crucial for deciding whether hebephilia has its place in the DSM-5. This is essentially a philosophical question that hinges on one's definition of disease, and this is what most of the critics of hebephilia have focused on. So I think this is a very interesting admission. I mean, there's a couple of very important distinctions that are made already in this. One is this, the way that psychologists are characterizing attraction. Notice how it's not on the basis of age. It's on the basis of development, specifically pubertal development. Mm-hmm. Like that's how they characterize if it's a pedophile, a hebephile, a teleophile, a gynophile, all of these different categories are not on the basis of age, because you can't do that. Like it's based on physical characteristics that correspond with pubertal development. And that is exactly the Islamic approach. That's the approach that I laid out in the opening statement of the debate, and we've talked about throughout this whole time. Like looking at just an age and setting an arbitrary age is arbitrary. It's ad hoc. But that's what our opponent, like his whole argument is about. No, 18 is some magical age, and anything under that, any kind of sexuality under that is somehow abnormal or unacceptable morally.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the 99% of human history, almost every culture considered, sexually mature girl to be a woman, to be appropriate marriage partner for all of human history until the last couple hundred years in a specific part of Western Europe. This was considered normal. So
I mean, what he could claim, like to steelman his argument, is that, well, everyone was mentally disabled or mentally ill prior to us discovering that this is actually a really big problem to be attracted to pubescent minors. Like that's something that we've now discovered. Or people, either they were mentally ill or they were acceptable. They were accepting of mental illness, so they didn't protest it. And actually, when we look at average marriage ages, they're over 16, something like that. That's the kind of argument that he's been making. But that misses the point, because what these papers are saying, this is not a historical argument that's being made. This is looking at the current population, like the current modernized, industrialized population, and what they find sexually attractive. So the other admission here is that this is a philosophical question that hinges on one's definition of disease. This is what Bruce Ryan says in his paper as well, and this is what I've been pointing out over and over again. It's not an empirical question. It's a philosophical question on how you define disease, how you define mental illness, how do you define a paraphilic disorder. And that's what the debate is about. That's why this is so interesting, because this is the intersection of the liberal philosophy, liberal values, and empirical studies, or a scientific discipline like psychology, or a medical discipline like psychiatry. So that's why this whole debate is interesting. So I recommend people read this Singy paper, because he goes into this. Another thing that's interesting that he points out about Blanchard. So Blanchard is the guy who has done a lot of sexuality research, and he wants to say that if you are a 20-year-old and you are attracted to a pubescent 13-year-old or a 12-year-old, you are suffering from a mental dysfunction, like you are mentally ill. That's what Blanchard wants to claim, but the majority of the psychological and psychiatric community oppose this, and ultimately his suggestion to include hebephilia as a paraphilic disorder in the DSM was rejected ultimately. So this is the criticism of Blanchard. The most Blanchard did was to imply, by way of peculiar word choice, that hebephilia is similar to pedophilia and therefore is similarly pathological. As we have seen above, he regularly referred to the preferred sexual objects of hebephiles as pubescent children, and sometimes even as early pubescent children. Given that these expressions are meant to describe girls and boys who are going through pubertal changes and who are roughly between the ages of 11 and 15, the term adolescence would certainly have been more appropriate, but by calling them children, Blanchard brought hebephilia closer to pedophilia, which has been considered pathological since the late 19th century. This lexical trick did not suffice. So these are word games basically, and Mike Jones engages in exactly these kinds of word games. He wants to say, "Oh, the children, won't somebody think of the children, the poor children?"
The 17-year-old children.
Yeah, 17-year-old children, 17-year-old, 364-day-old children. These are children, the poor children. So this is a lexical trick. These are adolescents, someone who has gone through the pubertal stages, is in Tanner stage 3, 4 even. These are adolescents. These are pubescent minors. These are teenagers. These are the kinds of terms, but by using children, you want to stigmatize it. So that's even in the psychological literature, they refer to this kind of poisoning of the well. So Francis, in 2010, this paper, which I have as well, we'll look at that next, who is in a good position to know since he was chair of the DSM-4 task force. So this is a psychiatrist who's involved with the DSM, the official manual of mental illness. He admits that, quote, historically, conditions have become mental disorders by accretion and practical necessity, not because they met some independent set of operationalized definitional criteria. Even in the famous case of homosexuality, the historical record clearly indicates that it is not because homosexuality did not fit the definition of mental disorder that was removed from the DSM in the 1970s, but inversely because it was no longer culturally permissible to have homosexuality in the DSM, that a definition of mental disorder was crafted in order to justify the political decision to remove homosexuality. So he's pointing out this is political. This is a very highly politically charged type of debate.
Yeah, the DSM, the homosexuality as a disease was removed from the DSM in the years following the 1969 sexual revolution. One of the first things that happened was pressure was placed on the psychiatric associations, psychiatrists, leaders in that regard, to find a way to declassify homosexuality as part of the DSM. And
so that is something that they're acknowledging within these papers.
Yeah,
that's what's amazing about this. So let's look at the Francis paper real quick. Hebephilia is not a mental disorder in DSM-4 and should not become one in DSM-5. So Alan Francis, MD, and Michael First, MD, are making this kind of argument. These are psychiatrists You can go and read this paper. They're making a case, and what their case really hinges on is a lot of things, but that this is something that is so common. So he says, given the rightful illegality of predatory sexual relationships with minors, being intensely sexually aroused by adolescents may predispose the individual with such inclinations to committing a crime, but the attraction in and of itself is not an indicator of a mental disorder. So what Francis is doing here, he's acknowledging the liberal morality. It's right, it's minor marriage is rightfully illegal. Relationships with minors, that's rightfully illegal, right? But the attraction in and of itself is not an indicator of a mental disorder. So he's acknowledging this.
Yeah, he says rightful illegality. So it's he's making a moral claim there. So
Right, he's making a moral claim that's going beyond what is empirical.
Yeah, this I am not very familiar with psychological, psychiatric literature, but as you guys can tell, this is very different from the previous kinds of papers we looked at.
Exactly.
They are able to make moral claims and all other kinds of dubious assertions.
Right, exactly. So then here he says, for example, in its attempt to annotate the DSM-4 introductory section, an influential manual used by forensic evaluators to guide their evaluations of sex offenders. So the DSM is used in a lot of legal cases. It's used in forensics, meaning to determine criminal actions, criminal intent, what is a sexual, who is a sexual offender, for example. So he says that the recommendation is made that evaluators' interpretation of the word children, specifically for diagnostic purposes, include any of the following: anyone under the legal age of consent, meaning, for example, 15, 16, 17, or 18, depending on jurisdiction; anyone yet to reach puberty, which the DSM-4 operationalizes generally age 13 or younger; or 3, anyone still under the legal guardianship of an adult. This broadening of the concept of children goes far beyond anything that was intended in the DSM. So considering a 15, 16, anyone under 15, 16, 17, or 18 as a child, this is going way beyond what is considered the psychologically relevant label of being a child. And of course, in these debates with Christian apologists and Mike Jones, this is how they use the word child. They consider 17-year-olds, if they're under the age of consent, to be children. So he says the diagnosis of pedophilia is based on the absence of puberty, not on any arbitrary age cutoff that could be misinterpreted to include pubescent individuals. So again, he's pointing out that it's not an arbitrary age. Like, it's the stages of development that distinguishes what is considered psychologically healthy attraction or even relationships versus unacceptable, unhealthy, problematic, psychologically disordered relationships or attractions. So anyway, there's a lot of information here. Yeah, here he's saying that similarly among gynophilic men, meaning men preferentially attracted to adult women, preventing for evaluation of problematic sexual behavior, sexual arousal to images of and narratives involving pubescent girls is significantly higher than arousal to prepubescent girls. So there's a big distinction between being aroused by like a girl who hasn't even touched puberty, hasn't even started puberty, there's no secondary sexual characteristics, versus pubescent girls. Like there is a huge spike in attraction that is found in the research. So what else?
So it's basically saying when they evaluated that specific group, they found that girls with external sexual characteristics produced arousal in men.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of data that supports this. I'll show you one. It's a Bennett study. So he says, overall, the research evidence supporting the inclusion of a new diagnosis of hebephilia is remarkably sparse and almost completely irrelevant. That's his conclusion. Like, there's no this is something that's so normal and so widespread that if you consider this to be like a kind of paraphilic disorder, then you're pathologizing a large amount of human sexuality, a large amount of the adult population. The essence of a paraphilia is that the sexual interest is deviant. Several studies have demonstrated the completely obvious, that attraction to pubescent individuals is common and within the range of normality. In a penile plethysmography study, PPG, Barbary and Marshall found that a third of their small sample of 22 non-offending men showed sexual arousal to adolescents as well as adults. In a PPG study of 48 heterosexual men in compulsory military service, Freund and Costell found that the subjects' reaction to nude images of both adolescent and adult females, meaning age 12 to 16 or age 17 to 36 respectively, females were similarly high. Those to images of children, 4 to 10, were intermediate, and those to male children, adolescent or adult males, were negative. So it's saying that there is this very common attraction to that particular age group of pubescence. And this is why you can't consider it to be a paraphilia. Unlike attraction to prepubescent. Prepubescent, yes, that does seem to be a very small minority compared to hebephilic attraction. Okay, so now
I would also mention, so the liberals and the whole psychiatric community is okay with teenagers fornicating, right?
right.
So are those teenage boys suffering from a mental disorder where they are interested in teenage girls?
Good question. I mean, what they would say is that somehow, like a difference in age, like if there's a disparity between age, like a 20-year-old being attracted to a 14-year-old, that is somehow a mental disorder. Like this is why they can't define a paraphilic disorder in a consistent way. That's why it's a philosophical question. This is why it's a political question, as they acknowledge, like in all of these studies.
Yeah.
So Francis has another paper. This is published on Psychiatric Times. So this is a reputable outlet. I just will read a few things that are mentioned here because they're useful. Okay. So he's talking about hebephilia being included in the DSM-5. The term hebephilia was invented to describe men with persistent sexual urges for pubescent youngsters. So look at like the difference in words that are constantly used. Youngsters, individuals, adolescents, like this is all political. In contrast, hebephilia in contrast to pedophilia, which is restricted to urges for prepubescent children. The concept of hebephilia has been widely and vigorously opposed both by the experts in sexual disorders, aware of how weak is the supporting science, and by the forensic experts, aware of how it would be misused in sexually violent predator court hearings. The work group first proposed an omnibus diagnosis, pedohebephilia, nesting hebephilia within the already authorized pedophilia category. The DSM-5 website has recently been revised. The term pedohebephilia disappears altogether, but the concept of hebephilia lives on. The definition of pedophilia has been expanded to include pubescent children. The rationale section of the website doesn't bother to mention the change or discuss the highly controversial issues involved and their enormous forensic consequences. So when he's saying forensic consequences, he's referring to the sexually violent predator court hearings. So basically, to justify a prolonged sentencing and to justify monitoring sexual offenders, like sex crime offenders, you have to demonstrate that they have a mental illness. Otherwise, you can't punish them if they haven't committed a crime. You can take measures to restrict their rights if you demonstrate that they're suffering from a mental illness and therefore could reoffend, or they could commit a crime in the future. if you demonstrate that they have this mental proclivity because of a mental illness, then that justifies the state taking other measures that go beyond what any kind of crime that someone has actually committed. So this is under the SVP type of laws that are on the books. So what when they say forensic consequences, if you start saying that, oh, if you are attracted to a teenager, that you have a mental illness, this greatly expands the power of the state to basically keep a lot more people in jail, or to keep not to keep them in jail, but people who haven't even been convicted can be said to have a mental illness and are a danger to society, are a danger to their community, and therefore their rights should be attenuated or decreased on that basis because they have a mental illness. So this greatly expands the power of the state. So this is the enormous forensic consequence that this author is referring to. He says hebephilia is a simply terrible idea. The basic issue is that sexual attraction to pubescent youngsters is not the slightest bit abnormal or unusual. Until recently, the age of consent was age 13 years in most parts of the world, including the US, and it remains 14 in many places. Evolution has programmed humans to lust for pubescent youngsters. Our ancestors did not get to live long enough to have the luxury of delaying reproduction. For hundreds of thousands of years, sex followed closely behind puberty. Only recently has society chosen to protect the moratorium of adolescence and to declare as inappropriate and illegal a sexual interest in the pubescent. This is a wonderful idea, but you can't change human nature by fiat. Surveys show that sexual interest in pubescent youngsters remains very common, and anyone who doubts the numbers should do a study of Calvin Klein ads. So he's pointing to the fact that even in marketing, they use images of, teenagers. They use images of adolescents who are in these early stages of pubescence for marketing purposes. Why do they do that? Why do they market clothes and underwear using those kinds of bodies?
The Disney singers and dancers they have.
Exactly. It is natural and no sign of mental illness to feel sexual attraction to pubescent youngsters. But to act on such impulses in our society is a reprehensible crime that deserves severe punishment. Okay, yeah,
So
no one is denying that it's a crime. The proper disposition for those, unless you're a teenager, then you can fornicate with another teenager, no problem. But, the law says that if you're over the age of 18, over the age of consent, then this is called statutory rape. The proper disposition for those who break the law and selfishly violate the innocence of the vulnerable is prison, not a mental hospital. So this goes on and on. And the scientific literature offered in support of hebephilia contains very few and very poorly conducted studies, not coincidentally mostly done by the people associated with the DSM-5 work group. There are no data on how best to define hebephilia, whether it can be diagnosed reliably, or its predictive validity. Hebephilia is being dropped into the definition of pedophilia with no scientific support and no consideration of risks. This is not a good way to create a diagnostic manual that has such a huge impact in the legal system. The potential consequences to forensic psychiatry are terribly unsettling. Hebephilia is already being misused in SVP hearings as an excuse to justify lifelong involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. So if you are a 20-year-old and you say that, oh, a 15-year-old is sexually attractive, you're not acting on it, you're not doing anything illegal, you just are sexually attracted, then that justifies lifelong involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. You need to be institutionalized for this. So this constitutes an abuse of psychiatry and a questionably constitutional form of preventative detention, a slippery slope that should be definitely avoided. So he goes on in the rest of the history of this, and for the sake of time, I won't go into the rest of it. What else? The Bennett study is interesting. Heterosexual men's ratings of sexual attractiveness of adolescent girls across cultural analysis. Paul Bennett, Rob Lowe, published in 2014, also in the Archives of Sexual Behavior. So they say many men find young sexually developing pubescent and early adolescent girls attractive. Likens et al., for example, found men who reported they were attracted to adult women nevertheless evidenced some degree of erotic arousal while viewing images of pubescent females labeled as between 11 and 13 years old. This arousal was less than for adults, but greater than that associated with prepubescent girls, men, and neutral stimuli. Two explanations for their attenuated response are possible. So he's saying that there is this arousal for 11 and 13 year olds, pubescent minors, but there's a discrepancy. Like, why is there this kind of discrepancy? There's less of a rate. So he says there's two explanations for the attenuated, meaning the lesser response. Evolutionary theory suggests participants find girls of this age sexually attractive as they are perceived as fertile, but less so than more mature women. So Kendrick and Keefe, 1992. So that's one explanation. They're not as fertile, so there's less attraction. That's one explanation. A second and not necessarily competing explanation involves conscious and unconscious cognitive processing. According to Rupp and Wallen, sexual arousal results from an interaction between cognitive processes and peripheral physiological reactions. It is possible that attenuated sexual responses of the men in Lichen et al. Study were influenced, at least in part, by such processing. One cognitive factor that may be particularly important in this instance may be internalized societal norms stipulating any sexual attraction to young girls as inappropriate. This may be particularly relevant if the girls are thought to be under the age of legal sexual relations. So they want to say, basically, they're saying that men are consciously changing their self-reporting of attraction, because if you claim that you're attracted to a 11 or 13-year-old, that is seen as inappropriate. That's taboo. Therefore, they are underreporting their level of attraction. This is what the claim is from these researchers. So this is a cross-cultural study. I don't know how cross-cultural it is because it's comparing UK participants to Bulgarian-born heterosexual adult men. So how cross-cultural really is this? It would be great to have a cross-cultural study that looks at Europeans or Americans versus societies where the age of consent is much lower. I think that would be a better kind of study to do, but I'm not aware of any studies that have done that. So, I mean, there's a lot of discussion here, but the conclusion is that higher attraction ratings were made more quickly for women and more slowly for younger girls. Using the combined data from UK and Bulgarian samples, we found these differences in response patterns to be highly significant. So so they're showing pictures of women over the age of 19 or over the age of 18. And they're showing images below the age of 18. But they're labeling the same pictures differently. So with one group, they'll label the pictures, oh, these are 16 to 17-year-olds. And in another group, they're labeling the same pictures as, oh, these are 13 to 15 or 14 to 15. And the response times, like they have to basically rate the picture. Like, okay, how attractive is this person? I think 1 to 9. Some range. And the more attractive the picture is, what they found, if it's in a socially acceptable age range, like over 18 or over 19, they quickly are able to say, oh, yeah, this is very attractive. But the more attractive they are under the age of consent, then they will still rate highly, but there's like a delay, like as if there's a cognitive processing. It's not as automatic. So this they take as evidence that there's this factor involved in how they're rating their attraction. By contrast, the consistent finding that the same photographs of younger females, but with different age labels, were assigned significantly different levels of attractiveness suggests that cognitive factors beyond biologically driven sexual attraction were involved in making these ratings. In all the three samples, apparently younger girls were rated as less attractive than older girls, despite being the same photographs. So there's a self-censoring mechanism. We hypothesize that this difference reflects some self-censoring mechanism involved in making such judgments. This may involve a form of comparison between participants' own sexual attraction to the individual girl, and the likely social norms surrounding this judgment. That these findings were found in populations with differing ages of sexual consent suggests that they are general, perhaps ethically driven norms rather than norms based on legal controls on behavior. So again, in Bulgaria, in liberal Europe in general, you're going to have, even if the age of consent is slightly different, you still have this kind of stigma against minor marriage, relationship with minors, etc. So it's something that goes beyond just the age of consent. So this is the Bennett study. So this shows that the data is, when it comes to male attraction, is going to be skewed because of the taboo. That's basically what this is saying. If you show men the same picture, they will rate the difference in attraction differently based on the age label, even though the picture is exactly the same between two different groups. Let's continue. What was the quote that I wanted to see in this? I mean, this basically says the same thing. Hold on. This just repeats Francis's point that hebephilia is a very highly debated issue. There's a Franklin study, The Public Policy Implications of Hebephilia, a response to Blanchard et al. So this says pretty strongly, the absurdity of describing erotic attraction to adolescents as a mental disorder is that large proportions of heterosexual men are sexually attracted to young pubescent girls. And these are all the studies that establish that. And indeed, such attractions are evolutionarily adaptive. Even Blanchard et al. Acknowledged that, quote, few would want to label erotic interest in late or even mid-adolescence as psychopathology, end quote. A diagnosis of hebephilia would be even more unreliable than the current DSM-4 diagnosis of pedophilia, thereby inviting arbitrary and biased application. To fully appreciate the radical nature of this proposal, we must understand its context. Whereas Blanchard et al. Expressed surprise at the dearth of previous research on hebephilia, it's actually the sudden interest in this ubiquitous and age-old phenomenon that merits explanation. The construct, which descends from German sexologist Magnus Hirschfeld's efforts to catalog the many varieties of sexuality back around 1906 to 1908, has only exploded into common parlance in the past few years. This timing is inextricably linked with the advent of modern sex offender civil commitment laws and a punitive era of, quote, moral panic. So they're emphasizing that this concern with attraction to adolescence, this is just purely political. This is something cultural. This has nothing to do with the inherent psychology or the inherent pathology of this kind of attraction.
And they are saying the sudden interest, the sudden interest in this age-old established attraction needs explanation. Like they are saying, the null hypothesis is that men are naturally attracted to girls with secondary sexual characteristics, and they're saying it is the burden of proof is on the proponents of this classification to prove to us that this actually exists.
Right. In the forensic arena, the DSM is increasingly used as a tool to legitimize the government's capacities to civilly incapacitated unwanted citizens. So this is why this is highly political. This is politically fraught. And it can be used by the government to justify all kinds of breaches of civil liberties, basically. Okay, so then there's the Xander study.
Do you have like graphs that point to the study results?
We can go into the list of studies that were mentioned before, but it's not going to give like a consistent picture because all of the studies show that this is something that's normal. It's very common. But to be honest, I haven't like pulled out all the charts and studied them very carefully. So
Yeah,
we could.
there are
I'm not trying to.
dozens of those.
Well, if you
Yeah,
have them,
too many
just bring
studies
them
to
up.
go through. No. Like I'm saying, there's too many studies for us to.
Yeah,
go through
we're
in the
we're
limited
approaching
time.
like 4 hours, and I only want to do a 2-hour stream. So
Yeah, sorry
let me
about
just.
that. Just my part took 3 hours. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just gonna try to finish it, and I mean, people can go and refer to the studies. So we're just highlighting quotes, but we're not trying to hide anything. So this is the Xander adult sexual attraction to early stage adolescence. Philometry doesn't equal pathology by Thomas Xander, Archives of Sexual Behavior, 2009. The decision to designate a behavior as pathological should be based not merely on phallometric evidence, but also on consideration of the extent to which the behavior is abnormal in our culture and other cultures. Given previous research establishing the ubiquity of adult male attraction to adolescents, the proposal of Blanchard et al. Represents an unprecedented ascription of pathology to what may be common arousal, albeit sometimes socially prescribed when acted on. It's common. This is something that is unprecedented. So this is where they couldn't push through the liberal value. The liberal value, as we've seen, is any kind of relationship with a pubescent minor is wrong. It's evil. It's illegal. They want to make the data and the science match that liberal value. But it's very difficult to do that because all of the evidence shows that this is so common. This is so common. And this actually, and this is evidence for something not being abnormal, for something not being deviant by definition. And this is why, like, so many of what I cited in the debate has to do with, okay, across cultures, minor marriage is something very common. It's something that's seen as normal. You don't see anyone denouncing minor marriage prior to the modern period. This is evidence. This is evidence of its abnormality. It's not a deviant type of paraphilic type of sexual disorder. And they're acknowledging, all these papers acknowledge that kind of logic, that if something is so common and it is seen as evolutionary, like you can see the evolutionary advantage and all these other reasons that they talk about, then you can't, as much as you want to diagnose this as a psychological problem or a mental health problem, you really can't get past this obstacle. He says clinicians who are currently using the miscellaneous DSM diagnosis of paraphilia not otherwise specified to pathologize adult sexual attraction to adolescents of all stages of sexual development are creating a diagnosis on an ad hoc basis. They are ignoring the fact that there is neither a professional consensus nor a convincing body of research to support such pathologization, and much to call it into question, including research that shows a common human male sexual response to adolescence. So again, these same studies, Freund and Costell, 1970, Quinsey, Steinman, Begerson, and Holmes, 1975, and an anthropological research that demonstrates that this male sexual response is broadly represented in cultures that sanction marriage between mature adults and adolescents, including early stage adolescents, found in Diamond, 1990, Salopek, 2004, and others. So, I mean, we could have shown a lot of other studies on this, but this was accepted by the APA. Like, they did not include hebephilia in the DSM-5 for these kinds of reasons. So, yeah, this is all that we're claiming. This is all that I claimed in the debate review. In the actual debate is that you have this very common normal attraction of adult males who will be sexually attracted to pubescent minors. but as far as Jones is concerned, like this is something sick. Like this is something that is, morally disgusting and unacceptable, and he cracks jokes about it. But this is like the inconvenient truth for liberals. This is inconvenient truth for liberals, and it's something that they were not successfully able to pathologize. Maybe in the future they'll be able to pathologize it. Like they're trying to pathologize like masculinity, like toxic masculinity is considered to be a mental illness. Like if you're more stoic as a male and you're not as in touch with your feelings, that is considered to be actually a mental problem that requires diagnosis. So this is how all of these, the field specifically of psychology and psychiatry is highly political. It's highly affected by liberal discourse. But despite even that amount of pressure, they were not able to pathologize attraction to pubescent minors.
So it seems like this push is not coming from the medical side towards the political and social side, but it really seems like the push is coming from the social side, the social circles towards the political, and then to the medical circles to pathologize, to outlaw, to basically stigmatize or pathologize the whole thing. It seems like the science is not driving this. Sociology seems to be driving this. Sociology
liberal.
and politics seem to be driving this, not medical considerations, because we have extensively shown, and that the process of puberty equates to reproductive maturity, and the girls, by according to the CDC data, do start fornicating almost immediately after menarche.
Yep, we looked at all of the data,
or before menarche, in most cases.
Yeah, because the sexual attraction actually precedes the menarche. So
yeah, the first doses of estrogen, at even at the earliest stages of Tanner stage 2, before breast development even becomes fully pronounced, even then a large amount of estrogen is circulating in the body that will lead to sexual urges, and that can be observed by all the teenage girls chasing after Justin Bieber and all those other boy bands, Korean bands, and all that stuff.
Yeah, so this is it's well attested in the scientific literature. It's well attested in common experience. It's well attested in anthropological literature. It's well attested in historical data. So we've been bringing this type of broad variety of data to support our claims in the debate, in the post-debate review, and now in this review. So,
and then
the data is all there.
And the response has been, that's evil, that's bad, wow, that's it's gross, ew, that's like sick, guys, ew. So that has been the response from John Doe, IP, Mike, his some guys that he went on a podcast with, some other American Christians that he went on a podcast with. They were, the whole time they were saying, "Oh man, that's not right, that's wrong, man," but without citing any what do you call it, proper evidence, without citing a proper argument, a consistent argument. They were just saying this is wrong, and everyone knows that, and everyone should know that. So it seems to point towards a taboo in the Western European, British, American culture that has been intensified in the recent centuries and has been exported to the rest of the world with Hollywood movies, films,
right,
TV shows, and rest of the cultural production that they have.
I mean, one thing that we can also note, bringing it back to the attack from these people on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is, their story doesn't really make sense because they want to call the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam all kinds of names and say that, oh, his marriage to Aisha radiallahu anha proved something about his, I don't want to use the term, but that
moral
means
character. They
the
are
moral
attacking his
character of the
moral
Prophet
character
sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
and trying to claim a prophet from God would have, spotless moral character. And
Yeah,
then
but if
they're
you're
saying-
attracted to adolescence, if you're attracted to pubescence, this is some kind of mental disorder. Well, no, like actually it's not, according to your own liberal institutions of scientific research and psychiatry. That's point number one. But point number two is that if the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was really, had exclusively this kind of attraction, he was a very powerful man. Like he could have married, any number of wives in that age range, but he didn't. Most of his wives, all of his wives, other than Aisha radiallahu anha, were mature. Like they were over
Widows.
that age.
They were not virgins, they were widows. Some of them
Right.
were actually remarkably old.
Yeah, so they are not within. So why would he, if he has this kind of preference and he wants to take advantage, then why would he limit himself to just Aisha, for example? That's number one. Number two, why did he wait? Because they were married when she was 6, and then it was only consummated at 9. So again, he could have, if he had the power and he could just make whatever decision he wanted beyond any kind of propriety or norms with practice within that society. Why did he wait? Like, why did he wait until she was 9? And the explanation, the understanding of all of the Islamic scholars in history was that, well, that's when she became pubescent. Like that's when the secondary sex characteristics became apparent and indicating that she is ready for that,
And
physically
this is-
ready.
Yeah, and this is a well attested. Position, and there is actually primary source evidence from Aisha and her mother to indicate this.
Right.
I mean, we did not get too deep into the specifics of that blessed marriage in the prior stream or in this stream. Inshallah,
Yeah.
we might hopefully get down to the specifics in a subsequent video. But there is there are a couple of very important sahih ahadith, like high quality reports that indicate between the ages of 6 and 9, the mother of Aisha was trying to overfeed her. Basically, she was trying to feed her everything she could to make her gain weight and accumulate fat. The report says to fatten up. So clearly they were, according to Aisha herself, they were trying to advance her through the stages of puberty. And she says only after she started eating dates with cucumbers did she start to accumulate fat as expected from puberty and became plump, she says. And this report clearly indicates what the holdup was. The holdup was that the family of Aisha was trying to, get her as fast as they could through the stages of puberty. And the cucumber date thing may have been a coincidence, but it clearly shows what the thinking of her mother was in this case.
Right.
So it was, again, pubertal development.
Yeah. So maybe in a future video we can go into further details, but I think 4 hours suffices.
Yeah.
I have to also go and pray. So,
Yeah.
alhamdulillah, I appreciate all your insight, Dr. Abdullah. I mean, there's so much. You didn't even get into everything that you wanted to talk about. I kind of
I have
rushed you.
I have 2 more pages of notes that I took, but it's I think we managed to hit the main points. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to how, Mike is gonna misinterpret, misread, misunderstand everything that we just said.
Yeah.
So
He's probably going to go to Google or PubMed and pull out 20 more studies and take out one sentence from each and say, hey, look, this is what the science says.
yeah, bring
And,
out more secondary sources. Oh,
Yeah.
look at this review. This meta study says that it is harmful.
I wish he had meta studies. All he has been doing is bringing up studies from northern Nigeria, rural Bangladesh,
Rural India,
or,
Gujarat.
Togo, one village in India.
Yeah.
Like so, my if I wanted to summarize our entire argument for this thing, I would say inspiring philosophy. Mike Jones has such severe methodological mistakes that it is not possible to argue with him. It is not possible to keep arguing with him on the scientific topics because he just is not able to understand or properly respond to the arguments. He goes to Google, as we have seen. He finds a study that says stuff that he likes. He takes sentences anywhere from the study, from the introduction, discussion, sometimes even from the results.
Not even full sentences, partial sentences.
Partial
Like he
sentences if he
cuts
likes
the
it.
sentence in half and
Cuts
then
the
reads it
sentence
on
in half.
stream.
He does not seem to check methods or findings most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, he just sees the sentence in the discussion referring to another source, and then he just takes it and tells us this paper proves this. And then so he doesn't seem to distinguish. He cannot distinguish between a primary source and a secondary source or a baseless opinion written down by the authors. He does. He has never looked at or addressed the data portions of an article
Right.
in our streams, in the streams that he has done, and he only relies on text or narratives by the authors. And then and as we have seen, the authors can just completely misrepresent the data, put a spin on it in the discussion part. They're actually incentivized to put a spin on it in the discussion part. And then Mike does not. I mean, does he understand confounding variables? I'm not too sure. In one place later in the stream, around the around 1 hour 17-minute mark, he says, we keep pointing out, these are African studies and these are not controlled for anything. And at that point, he replies, it's often hard to control in these very poor regions for these kinds of things. It's hard to control in these types of regions, he says, in his own defense.
Yeah.
So why are you citing it so religiously? He says, well, these are the regions that are technologically backwards, like Daniel likes. That's his.
Yeah.
That's his
Brilliant
justification for bringing up poor quality data. He does not seem to understand the difference between a poor quality survey, like barely even a study, and meta-analysis, or he does not seem to understand risk factors either, or maybe he misspoke. I don't know.
So I mean, we could go all day talking about what Mike Jones doesn't understand, but I think people get the point. And inshallah, we'll see like what he has to say. I'm interested for him to deny that he is actually John Doe, because it seemed like he's John Doe, but maybe not.
He does slip up at one point and say, John Doe at one point says, if I cannot quote the UN data because it's biased, then that means Daniel cannot quote Dr. Abdullah because he is biased. He actually refers to himself.
He used the first person.
As first person, saying,
So I mean, it's good again to go over all this information. So hopefully, Muslims, you're watching this, you can go to these studies, you can go to this data, and you're empowered to make these kinds of arguments in your various online debates, online or offline. And we just want to start like this kind of sea change, this kind of paradigm shift. Like
Approach, paradigm shift.
Muslims are no longer going to be defensive on this issue when it comes to the marriage of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to Aisha. We're no longer going to be defensive. We're no longer going to be apologetic. The data, even as biased as the Western scientific establishment is, it still gives us a robust case supporting, the medical soundness of minor marriage. Simple as. So we're no longer going to be defensive. We're going to be offensive in defending the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and promoting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, promoting Islam, promoting our values. So yeah, that's the ultimate message that I want to give. I'm sure that Muslims are in the future, future generations are going to take what we're presenting and they're going to take it even further. They're going to do an even better job, inshallah. So inshallah, alhamdulillah, we are looking forward to that.
Inshallah.
Okay. So barakallahu feekum. We'll see you on the next live stream, the next roundtable, which should happen next week. And if you're not subscribed to Muslim Skeptic, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure to follow us on social media. Also, go to muslimskeptic.com and register for our newsletter and our email list. That is something that you should definitely do right now if you're not on our email list. And we won't spam it. We'll respect your privacy, but we want to keep in touch with you. If for whatever reason our channel gets deleted because we're talking about these controversial subjects. So barakallahu feek, jazakumullahu khairan for your attention, and we'll see you on the next one. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.